I did hit start for the game. Oh, there we go. So good evening, everybody. I'm late again, but I'm also not that much better. So we'll see. We'll do our best. I was a bit amused. So every once in a while, some of my regular casts do get some activity on YouTube. Very rarely in the form of comments, but usually in the indication of like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And this one was a thumbs down. So apparently I'm to do nothing that I did last week. But unfortunately I can't action that. So I do appreciate the indication though, because I would, it's not maybe obvious on my part. And sorry, I'm about to cough, so I'm trying not to get into too complex of a sentence, but we'll see. Excuse me. Yeah, so I don't want to make it so that obviously the only review that can be given is a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Obviously, the more reviews that go in, the more it sort of gives an average and the more useful it can be. And I actually like it when people give feedback in general. The only problem is that the YouTube feedback is a really difficult mechanism. If you can only express thumbs up or thumbs down for a 3 or 4 hour video, that is kind of blanket approval or disapproval, and I'm not entirely sure anybody really feels that. I think it's very fair to say that quite a few people will say, I like this overall, but I rather wish he would get to the point, or something along those lines. But similarly, if there's a voice of dissent in terms of like a thumbs down, there's not a lot of room for me to improve. This is less true, by the way, of my shorter videos. So in the case of something like the Cultist Simulator video, which is kind of designed for YouTube, there's actually quite a bit more I can tease out of that than what I would normally get from, say, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it, really. From one of my standard casts. So, thank you for your thumbs down. I don't know what you would like me to do about that. In fact, the person who did that probably isn't going to watch this next one. But you can say what you want. I suppose if it's going to be something nasty, it's just as well that I don't hear what somebody has to say. But yeah, that is a brief treatise on YouTube comments. One of the reasons why I'm filibustering the way that I am is I did tease you all about the completion of the Omega alignment, which apparently is now negative 555 days. It was a week away last time. Maybe there was a patch that I'm unaware of. Anyways, we are at the end of the Horizon Signal, and I did want to give people a little bit of a chance to come in. So with the usual thing, I try to do my usual, little bit of housekeeping, restate the position that I find myself in, and then move on to the gameplay. And I kind of feel like last week there was generally a bit less, but I think one of the things that was neat here was that we actually got quite a bit of conquest done, and it largely worked the way that we were planning. So I was actually reasonably happy with how that turned out. So for the stream, I did manage to drag my carcass out of bed today. I didn't actually go into work today. So I kind of figure if I'm not well enough to go to work, I'm not well enough to stream. But the thing is that like going to work entails a walk in, cold and windy conditions, whereas streaming does not. And if I feel better in the evening, then yeah, and I sound better too. It's like, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to show. I really don't know the level of penetration in terms of my coworkers, in terms of if anybody watches the stream or not. I'm not really going to successfully pull the wool over anyone's eyes if it were to come down to like a work ethic thing. So in general, I kind of know what my intentions are if I do or don't go to work on a given day. I usually work too many days and then feel really sick after it. So if anything, the bias is in the other direction. But unfortunately, I did leave you all hanging on the Horizon signal. So I did decide to go for a stream today. There will regrettably not be an Elder Scrolls episode, or if there is an Elder Scrolls episode, it would be because I'm somehow able to record one like tonight or however long it takes before it'll be uploaded. So it's very likely no Elder Scrolls tomorrow, and that's just because I couldn't record one over the weekend. I was simply too sick. Hello, the Eyes of Sin. It's very good to see you. I'm always happy when I see you use that emote. Well, my emote, not the elegy. He still didn't respond to that tweet you sent out, by the way. I was heartbroken. But yeah, so Elder Scrolls, almost certain there will be no stream for that tomorrow. I can't promise Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. If I am better, clearly there will be more Cultist Simulator. But the fact of the matter is that I have been sick for a while, and I've been sick at work, and I've been sick, on stream. It's very unpleasant, and I would rather get better sooner, even if that means missing streams, than just kind of carry on like I have. I mean, again, it's the same deal with work. It's just I'm already unhappy at work for other reasons. Working while sick makes it even worse, and it doesn't help me for any of my other sort of side projects, like doing the cast and all of that. So, if I am well enough, there will be Cultist Simulator on Wednesday. And I was very pleasantly surprised by the reaction to Darkest Dungeon, and so that will very likely be a Friday game. In fact, it's a polar opposite reaction to what happened with Catherine. So I really wanted to do Catherine, but I'm getting the impression that the people who I wanted to play it for aren't getting anything out of it, and it's becoming very frustrating for me to play that game. So if you want Catherine, it's very good to speak up, because it is definitely going to be put aside if I don't feel like if I don't feel like anyone else is getting something out of it, because I can always play it on my own. And Darkest Dungeon, on the other hand, there's really no debate in terms of the fact that people seem to want to see a lot more of that. And how are you doing, Masimagoma? It was in fact the Eyes of Sin who had me playing Hollow Knight the other day. I didn't play for too long, as I'm sure you noticed, but it was very pleasant, and I do plan to do more. I've kind of given up trying to keep every game in my library blind, because I'd never play games if I did that, but I definitely had a good time with it. Okay, let's talk about the position. So, we are well into a war here. My attrition is actually higher than I thought it would be, but we're in a fairly decent position as far as the war is concerned. Our occupation is maybe a little surprising. I don't think it's going to improve all that much once we take Feynov and Starmag. It is going to be a bit of a grind if we do have to start punching some of the some of the regions up here, but I do have a contingency plan for that. Now, there was a rather unfortunate little bit of business where one of my invasion fleets sort of went off and got hit by it got hit by one of the starports and was taking damage. So this thing's going to be gone for, it looks like, another 2 months. So in the meantime, we're going to try and take some areas. So what we'll do here, we've got our fleet at Rhizome Capital. In fact, I'm not sure I quite want to do this. Okay, yeah, so that's working as intended. We're going to sew up the last few little few areas here. We're also going to make our prep of a move to Starmag. I think we'll actually move just straight in. Now, what this is laying the groundwork for is if one of my invasion fleet, if my invasion fleet winds up back on Equity, then it makes as much sense for me to go and take Star Mag right away, because it's going to take me a while to travel through all the systems anyway. And if they wind up in a place that's closer, well, that's fine too. In that case, I'll just take Feynov, as was the original plan. But basically, the fleet that doesn't have the invasion forces immediately available to it will try and push in as far as they can, and to basically lay that groundwork. So you have a job interview tomorrow that will more than likely result in a new job, so yay for that. That's really great, Massey Magoma. Sorry, I'm going to enjoy 2 Skittles just because they're melting. Yes, Skittles can melt, it turns out. I've had 2 opportunities come up recently. I've not applied to them yet, but I really need to get on that because the current situation's just untenable. I was sort of told a few things in terms of... it feels like it was an effort to try and get me to stay as long as possible. And the consequence of that seems to have been I'm finding out, some things that I were told originally aren't necessarily true. A few things that were said to me are not in fact true, which is obviously a very frustrating realization to come to. That's really, it is, a lot of people talk about red lines and the last straw, but this really is the last straw. I can deal with a negative situation, and I can deal with, work that is unrewarding in some particular cases if I have an overall idea or a game plan in terms of where things are going. I cannot deal with a workplace that won't be honest with me. I made some very specific decisions about what divisions... I had a great job lined up at another division, which I ultimately turned down on the basis of this kind of idea in terms of what the grand plan was. And it's clearly not true. That is just simply not going to happen the way that they said it would. And so I'm like, well, why couldn't I just have been given the information that, that I needed to make an informed decision? You've made your decisions in terms of how you want to run things. It's not my place to tell you how to manage your division. But I would at least ask that I be given enough information to decide, what is best for me. It's not their job to be a guidance counselor, but the very least you can expect is somebody to be forthright with you in terms of what's going on. So, I'm sure that, there's a union too, Eyes of Sin, but I'm kind of done with it. At this point, one does not go into the government to get rich. One goes into the government... in my case, it was because I would be able to do research on data that I don't normally get access to. And the fact of the matter is that I don't have a lot to show for the time... In my view, I don't have as much to show for the time there as I would have if I was working in a private firm. So I'm sort of at this point where I'm like, well, you know what? They've had enough time. I'm just going to go to a place that I think will use my skills better. It's not even a necessarily very... I'm not happy with the way that I've been treated, but it's not particularly acriminous. It's just the simple idea of okay, if this is what you wanted, I am clearly not a good fit for that. And I need to go to a place that will use those abilities. But anyways, I did get the filibuster out of the way, so we're going to move on to the next HR side of things. And by the way, I apologize, Masamagoma. I didn't mean to make it a rant about my own things. It was going to be about you. It was just more a table setting. I really do hope that you get the job. It sounds like you're well on your way to getting it. So you have to leave because so much stupid drama, most of it harming your mental health, fun stuff. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. We can compare war stories when we're in better positions, or if things get better at my workplace. But I've already said that things were going to get better at my workplace, and they didn't. So, we have been pursuing the I was talking a little bit about the war. So essentially, we're at a point here. I kind of said what the plan is going to be. Excuse me. We're dependent on this unexpected event with regards to my excuse me. With regards to my transport fleet. Depending on where they land, it will depend on where the next invasion happens, and whatever fleet is further away is going to sort of try and gain some position in terms of this this system. I actually kind of want these guys to be moving ahead in general, just because it will allow me to start, you know, biting some pieces off the Scythian League. I think we should be able to make it happen one way or the other, but I am a little surprised at the the attrition level. I didn't think it would be that high, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't that high at the end of the stream. But we'll make it work out. Most importantly, though, the worm in waiting. Something has reached out to us from a place where time and space are shrunk to a knot. It desires us, and we've been building the Omega alignment, which I can't. I don't think I can read. Well, you know what I could probably do is. Oh, you know what? I'm already building it, so it probably won't let me. Yeah. We'll just put that away. We'll see what happens. So, with that in mind, it began with a message coming out of a black hole, and we now conclude the story of the Horizon Signal. Oop, and we've got unemployment apparently. Oh, there we go.
Complete.
So once we unpaused, it reworked itself. The surface of this object angles space. The interior is visible. Oop. The interior is not visible to any sensor or imaging technology available, but we all know what's in there. Let's just take a quick look at what's unemployed. Wait, we've got 4 people unemployed now? Oh, that's right, because of the... because of the replacement. You know, I'm gonna have to demote them, unfortunately. I don't think there's any other way. Unless I replace the robot assembly plant. Or I could replace the Mega Forge. But that'll only give 5 metallurgist jobs. Well, we've also got the exotic gases. Excuse me. Okay, how long do we have before they move down? 886, and it would take me... Sorry, I'm just taking a minute here to see whether or not we can few up... Well, actually, hang on, because that's just going to create more unemployment on its own. Well, there's an outside chance we'll be able to do it. So the idea here is not just that we turn this over, but that we convert this entirely into a... oh, hang on. We can also get some manager jobs, which are... Okay. We'll start by upgrading to the Synergy Forum. Alright, I'll deal with the unemployment in a bit. So, the end in the beginning. There is a consciousness outside time and beneath space. It is a labyrinthine tangle of desire and desperation. Our remote ancestors knew of it as the loop, the worm in waiting. We have met it out there, where the void is tormented by gravity. It seems to have taken a personal interest in us. There are mathematical proofs that it loves us. But love to the worm is not like love to anything that subsists in ordinary space. With all that we have learned, we think that we might be able to use the Omega alignment to open an access route, an entry point for the worm to manifest in our home system. The worm is fond of beginnings, and this is ours. What consequences could it have? We have yet to find anyone who's prepared to commit to an answer. Immortality, perhaps, or apocalypse. But we could certainly learn a great deal. Perhaps the worm loves us, and perhaps we could love the worm, or this is not a safe experiment, but we could learn so much. This is not a safe experiment, but we could learn so much.
Situation log revised.
The theory suggests that the temporal anomalies we have encountered are the cause of the thing we call the loop, or the worm. It's a tangled knot of paradoxes that has become conscious, a nexus of awareness and desire outside time, its cause or its result. It's hard to say with something like this, but it is attracted to endings and to beginnings. We can use the Omega alignment to bring it through our home system. If we do, something will certainly happen. This is many things, but especially it is science. Leave you hanging for a moment just to see where this all goes. Alright, we've got our domination. So I believe I was going to do the public trust officers so that we could get the workplace efficiencies first. So the important work done by law enforcement officials can only truly be successful if they have the cooperation of the public. Creating a corps of public trust officers that will work directly with the population will help ensure that this cooperation is freely given.
Special project actualized.
The Heart of the Sun. The project is complete. The accelerators are online. The power network of a dozen cities is diverted to wake the pseudo-singularity at the heart of the alignment. Space shudders like wind-racked cloth. Equity, for a heart-stopping moment, dims and then brightens. A shadow coils in its heart. The worm is here. It unfolds like origami. Across the system, sensors shut down in abject disbelief as the incomprehensible data of its arrivals sleets through them. On the homeworld, our subjects scream and cower as they feel its attention. Turned upon them, and upon us. It presents us a wordless question, or rather, we have become aware that this question was always what it was asking us, every time that we encountered it. Yes, whatever it requires, we consent, or no, we have brought it here to learn and, if need be, defeat it. I know what I'm picking, but I'm very curious what chat would like. How is everyone, Johnny Big Time? Well, you can take a look at that picture, and you can see, basically, we started getting way on back a bunch of love poetry from a black hole, and then we had a bunch of crazy stuff happen, like I think this is the, yeah, we found a strange planet with an odd factory that like gave us a whole bunch of really cool stuff and whatnot, and we wound up building this very normal looking pyramid-looking structure called the Omega Alignment, and we turned it on, and I will read it again because Eyes of Sin seems really determined on this one particular course of action. So this is the culmination of all the black hole love poetry. The Heart of the Sun. The project is complete. The accelerators are online. The power network of a dozen cities is diverted to wake the pseudo-singularity at the heart of the alignment. Space shudders like wind-racked cloth. Equity, for a heart-stopping moment, dims and then brightens. A shadow coils in its heart. The worm is here. It unfolds like origami. Across the system, sensors shut down in abject disbelief as the incomprehensible data of its arrivals sleets through them. On the homeworld, our subjects scream and cower as they feel its attention turned upon them and upon us. It presents us with a wordless question, or rather, we have become aware that this question was always what it was asking us, every time that we encountered it. Yes! Whatever it is, we consent. The future. The worm loves us. It has always loved us. Thus it always has. It winds around the hot heart of our home star. It winds around every infinitesimal loop of genetic information. It provokes a shuddering series of cataclysms in the planetary crust of our home. But when our star grows cold, that cataclysm will warm us. We understand so much more. We will always be what we were going to be, wound up tight in the love of the worm. What was shall be, what shall be was. Behold my new star. Rhizome Capital is now a tomb world. And we have some other worlds. Nerium. Styrium. Revorium. All of this, every planet has now become a tomb. Well, not every planet, but every habitable planet has now become a tomb world. And the inhabitants of Rhizome Capital? I should be able to get the traits. So at least for 59 of the population, tomb world preference, bioadaptability, and ingenious, thrifty, and non-adaptive. These are what we've always had. They are now natural physicists, and they are repugnant. Oh, it's not so bad. I mean... Alright, that was fun. Let's figure out where we're going next. Well, you get to actually see the, you get to see the worm if you refuse it, but you don't necessarily want to... Had I been thinking, well, this is an Iron Man playthrough, but maybe I'll find another one where the decision hasn't been made, and I can show you what happens if you say no. So I'm slightly chowing down. I'm also trying to sort this out. Yep. That's what I feared. I'm not so sure about this.
Competitive station engaged.
All right, let's see what happens to this before we go any further. All right, they're alive. So this is an unexpected boon. In this particular case, this is the 9.8K. So what this means is that I'm going to be able to move basically straight into this onto this planet next. No, not great for these guys. Obviously, they're going to be waiting a while to take out Starmag, but we'll be able to manage. So, now that we know that my fleet's going to be in position a lot sooner than I was expecting, let's say we'll try and clear out what we can down here. Once this is taken care of, we will pull one of these, I think. Actually, that's not a good idea. We'll head straight for the planet and bomb it. Excuse me. Okay, now as far as construction's concerned, I don't think there's anything new for me to take advantage of right now. My sprawl is still pretty high, so I don't really want to improve any of that.
Potential market survey completed.
Artificial moral codes. It is circumstance that dictates what is moral. Define the circumstances, and ethics are like clay in your hands. Okay, again, I think I'm just going to go for the cheaper option. Habitability modification is sort of neat. A reduction on leader upkeep is also pretty good. Or the Vault of Acquisitions. Managers turn consumer goods into unity, trade value, and society research. Well, all of these are really good. I'm going to go for habitability modification just because that'll give me even more colonization options, which are going to be how I can produce more goods and services. And in the meantime, let's take a quick look at where... Okay, so Gaul, I need to start making some decisions as far
Potential
as...
market survey completed.
As far as buildings are concerned. Hey, K5, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm not 100% yet. I hope you got a chance to see the... the big conclusion, the end of the Horizon Signal event. But guys, for those of you who don't know, K5 is somebody who I met through Stellaris and Cultist Simulator, and so not just Stellaris, but specifically the Horizon Signal is a nice little point of commonality that we have together. It's great to see you again. I hope you're doing well. I'll actually take a quick minute and get my little bundle of shoutouts out of here. Now, I will say that K5 hasn't streamed in a little while, or at least I've not seen them stream in a while, but they do have the distinction of being somebody who I have actually done multiplayer Stellaris with and had a very good time of it with. Definitely somebody who's very relaxed in terms of streaming, as well as being able to cover a lot of sort of science fiction themed games very well. Everything from Elite Dangerous to No Man's Sky to Stellaris to Surviving Mars. Actually, Surviving Mars was the very first game that he saw me play, but we've since grown. Really wonderful streamer, somebody I definitely recommend hitting the follow button for, precisely so that you can see when they come back. Not to be outdone, we've got Johnny Big Time. Why is this not working? There we go. Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch. I'll still convince him one day to play Stellaris, maybe co-op Stellaris, if I can. But he's somebody who does a little bit of everything. He's setting up a new streaming setup. Now, I'm a little sad to hear things broke. What wound up breaking on you, Johnny Big Time? Anyways, you all got to see his XCOM playthrough. I loved it so much, I made a trailer for it, and we had a good time with it. I won't show it right now because I know I am a little bit slow on getting some more gameplay by, but please do check him out. A lot more action-packed, a lot more charismatic than me in terms of streaming. So especially if I'm sort of on the margin in terms of what you'll tolerate, Johnny will definitely give you a much more kinetic stream, and he is just a bundle of fun to hang out with. Finally, whoa! I don't know what happened there. But on top of that, we have got the Eyes of Sin. Now, the Eyes of Sin has also played Stellaris with me, and I wound up feeling very bad because I think I overwhelmed her. But she's somebody who's recommended a couple of species to me, and I've had a lot of fun implementing them for her. She's the lady who did the emotes that you see here. Definitely somebody who has brought me a lot of extra subs through her emote work. But somebody who's put up with me at my worst moments, and somebody who is somebody who brings a lot of joy in terms of my day-to-day, and I'm always very happy to see her in terms of broadcasting. She's actually the reason why I've done some stuff which I would have otherwise given up on. So even if you don't always get a chance to see this stuff, and you don't always get a chance maybe to see her broadcast because it's been a while since she's done one recently, just know that she's somebody who's actually definitely taken on a nice behind-the-scenes role in the stream to sort of push me forward to do bigger and better things. And hopefully I will come up with a good guide. I know a lot of you were talking about wanting a Stellaris guide, and I was originally going to do one for Crusader Kings, but I might actually do it for Stellaris. We'll see how it goes. But Johnny Big Time says you bought the mount for the microphone arm. It came today. You went to set it up, tighten all the joints in the bottom arm. The knob broke off, and now the boom arm is all limp like an old man with ED. Oh, sorry to hear it. Okay. See, the really tough one here. What do I have as far as special resources are concerned? I've got 3 exotic gases. You know what? I am gonna do this. I've been wanting to switch out these mega forges, so these things take 2, which means I'll have 1 left over, but I'm going to want to upgrade this one. Okay. So with that in mind, Gaul needs new jobs. I'm not really going to be able to upgrade these research labs at in the time that I want. They're okay for amenities, they're okay for housing and whatnot. So in this case, we'll just build we won't do anything special. We'll just build a plain old lab. Now, at some point, I'm going to want to build a research institute. I don't want to do that now, though, because I really do need something that will employ people. So we will give you... The labs are here somewhere. There we go. Now, Python. Python will have enough jobs. They're actually also building the alloy foundry. Ah, excellent. Alright, so they're actually already on their way to fixing the replacement, so... So do I still want them to be on Python after that? It's definitely very tempting. Thing is, I'm going to have a big surplus of jobs. So is there something else I can do with the world? Yeah. Well, maybe not. Akram will need work. You know, for Akram, I think I'm gonna build another alloy foundry. All right. K5 says your latest is custom American politics empire, the Democratic International Committee versus the Republican International Committee. The Reds are hell-bent on RIC rolling the DIC on the intergalactic scale, but will they succeed? That's the question. Are you streaming this at all,
Upscaling
K5?
complete.
Because I'd certainly like to see it. Okay, a bunch of construction just came online. This batch of ships is actually naked at the moment, which is not great. Fortunately, so the only place where the bad guys can really come and get them will be from the Eye of Baal or from Feynov, and I'll be able to see the movement from Feynov or the Eye of Baal right away, or sorry, the Kelvin Maelstrom. I'll be able to see both right away, so I should be able to move people. He threw in a megachurch there for good measure. Yeah. I mean, it works. It definitely works in the case of. I mean, it'd be kind of neat if we did. We could probably do a Hearts of Iron 4 style breakdown of all the different parties.
Upscaling complete.
Similar story here. I'm going to need to start making some decisions. In this case, I'm going to make this energy focused.
Upscaling complete.
So this is just the plan that we were talking about a little bit before kind of being implemented. This barren and lifeless world is showing signs of once having supported a biosphere, so we'll research that. Let's just make sure we haven't lost anybody. Okay, all good. The transport fleets are healed, so I'm happy there. So now we should be close enough to StarMag to see whether or not this is a big threat. And, I mean, admittedly, we're not at, like, full health, but we're 3.6, so, like, we're 6 times stronger than this thing here, so we might as well take the... We might as well take the system, and then if it comes down to it, you know, we'll just be able to... Alright. Okay, good. If it just comes down to it, we'll either bomb the hell out of the planet, or we'll sort of double back. I do want to be a little careful on where I put the put this fleet, though. So the one place I don't want to put it is on StarMag or Dithaforu. The reason for that is if I just keep the fleet there, I'm essentially committing... K5, thank you very much for your resubscription. I know it doesn't say a resubscription on the title there, but oh, actually, I forgot to mention the Elder Scrolls playthrough will likely not happen on Tuesday just because I've been really sick. I wasn't going to cast today, to be honest, but I also didn't want to like keep people on pins and needles on the Horizon Signal ending. So that may not be up this week, but I hope you can bear with me. Talria badge steal. Thank you very much for that. I don't know. Okay, so does anybody know what game the title references? Specifically, the reason why I gave it that title was we were finishing the Horizon Signal, so I thought it was an appropriate. Ending. Okay. This is the sort of thing we're looking for.
Research actualized.
I don't remember doing planetary shield generator. Generating a strong energy shield within a planetary atmosphere is a greater challenge than in the vacuum of space, but it offers a potent defense against orbital bombardment. So, I can get a bonus to research station output. The thing is that my research stations don't actually give me that much. Thank you very much for the extra bits, Talrea. Now I believe that is a badge theft. I'm so happy when you guys use those emotes. there's a couple of other things that I've got in mind, not even related to like Twitch emotes, but there's a couple of things I have in mind with that particular kind of art style that I think you guys will like. But yeah, if you take a look at my physics research, 16, oh no, sorry, not 16, that doesn't make sense. 126 out of the, you know, almost 800 physics is generated from space. So it's not like a huge return. It is, of course, one of the less expensive. I mean, so here's the, you know, if I want to get really neurotic about it, here's how I would calculate this. So we've got, and this, like, there's ways you can be a little more precise in these calculations, but I don't, like, I'm not looking for like a slam dunk on this. So we've got 629.48. So we're going to get 125 if I go for the space-time theory. It's a bidding war. Excuse me. So I'm just going to write something in chat. 3.68. And you're all out. All right. Thank you both for lining my pockets with your competition. So I've got 126 times a 10% increase, and that costs 3647. I mean, I can kind of already tell this off on its own. So we got, we're getting, you know, 12.6 from the station output technology. Essentially what I'm doing here is I'm calculating how many points we're getting from each technology. Then I'm dividing it by the cost. So like I did this score just to make them like nice, even numbers. And essentially what I'm looking at is that when all is said and done, the score for space-time theory, that gives me about 3.98 in terms of a score versus a 0.92. So essentially what I did here was I took the amount, I divided it by the number of physics points required to generate it. And then I multiplied by 1,000 just to make it a nice, like, measurable number. But essentially, we're getting about 4 times as much once we sort of normalize for the cost out of space-time theory. So if I want to go, basically, if my reasoning tells me to do multi-dimensional analysis, space-time theory on an adjusted basis will get me more. I can also put Cognat on the case. The only other question is, like, okay, so knowing that, how would I justify this over the 0-point reactor, the plasma cannon, or the hypershield? It's like, well, I'm already winning the war, so that's how I justify that. So let's do space-time theory. Cognat is on the case. And construction templates. Standard prefab templates massively reduce the on-site facility's construction times. Does the worm eat people for me? I don't believe the worm eats people. Again, I'd love to show you guys what happens if you say no, but okay. So I can get destroyer hull points, mining station output. Actually, the mining station output might be an idea. I think I'm gonna go for that. Not even gonna think about it, especially because it's a specialty. Yeah, well, so this is the thing that I'm trying to do here, Telray Best, is that it's all well and good for me. So this was a big thing that we were talking about last stream, which is this is a complicated game, how do you get into it? And it's like, well, yes, but my experience of Paradox games normally is that you, like, you don't need to keep everything in mind at every second of the game. So for instance, my decision here is, out of the available technology options, what do I want to do? And you can be like, well, okay, well, to get, you know, a physics bonus or something like that. Okay, well, do I want the cheaper physics bonus or do I want the, you know, the more expensive one? And in some cases, you know, the cheaper one makes more sense because you get it faster and you get so much more of it. But you could, like, normalize for that. You can normalize for time. You can normalize, you know, for a lot. And in this case here, like, I don't really think you need to do the full derivation in terms, like I did, in terms of being able to say, it's like, okay, yeah, because I've got my, you know, it's not even my research worlds, they're entire research sectors. It doesn't really take that much insight to say, yeah, clearly there's an advantage to the fact that I've got so many people dedicated to pure research. And especially now, the really good thing, like, it was almost a no-brainer for me to go for the to say yes to the worm, because we've got so many researchers. In fact, if anything, I want to, like, kick out all of the Buranthi and to have as many shareholders as possible working on these, because they get a physics bonus. I don't think there's a way that I can specifically assign people to these different jobs, though, which is a little bit of a shame. Oh, actually, nope, because they were on the population, they also become natural physicists. So, like, I've got the Rhizome Capital system, which has got Rose Maple, who's an intellectual, which gives a 10% bonus to science jobs. We've got these science planets, which are all going to have research institutes and the maxed out science facilities on them. They're all going to have populations which are going to be focusing as much as they possibly can on generating science. And then on top of that, you know, in addition to whatever racial bonuses they have, they're now also going to get that physics bonus because of the, you know, the worm in waiting. Like, you could not have asked for a more ideal planet for all of that, for that to happen on. So, one way or the other, though, like, it, you know, there are arguments for upgrading the planet, sorry, the station-based research. But in this case here, just my, you know, the amount of investment that I've put into research on planets is so huge that the opportunity cost of not pursuing those options is pretty high. So I am kind of curious where this guy's heading. So, Orsalgai Station. I have no idea where that is. I need to be paying attention. I've used up my influence. I think in this case we'll just build some more branch offices. By the way, is my candy consumption annoying you? Ollie Star, thank you very much for the bits. How you doing? Skittles. I like Skittles. What's in the pyramid thing? I only know what you know. We'll establish a branch office here. 2,100 influence. I might as well just start with the virtual entertainment studios. that, I think we'll actually hold off on for now. Those things aren't costless, so... Yes, I'm willing to do that. Alright, so this was more of a dump for my influence rather than anything else, but it is going to increase the amount of energy that I get. It also saves me a bit of time in terms of searching, so I basically know anything like this has already gotten its offices, and then we can sort of take care of the remaining ones. I should eventually do this for the Baranthe as well, but one thing at a time. Do I have a favorite flavor of Skittle? Oh, that's a really good question. So these are just the good old-fashioned ones. I do rather like the berry ones. I have tried the sours; those are okay. And the spicy ones are strange, but they're inoffensive in my view. So I think probably I would say the berries are probably my favorite. Then the original, and then the tropical, and then probably the more exotic ones would be... I'd probably rate the sours above the spice, and then the spice would be at the bottom of the pack, but like I would not, like... I would willingly pay money. If it was the only thing available, like, I'd probably still pay money for it, so... Okay, so more locations. I am just really curious about where this guy's moving in general. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to knock him out to begin with. Let's heal up first.
Upscaling complete. Upscaling complete.
Excuse me. Okay, so we only have one unemployment at the moment. I don't think the research labs are actually going to solve this problem. Upgrading them might, though. So in 500 days, we've got 97 to go. It's currently +5, so I think this is actually going to create 1 unit of unemployment. But I should be able to upgrade this pretty quick. Okay, so these guys are healed up. Let's just go and take that last little bit of territory. Now this is good news. So what we're going to be doing here, these guys are going on their merry way, so I'm happy about that. Although it is tempting. Oh, looks like the Fearbad, thank you very much for the follow. I thought the Marauders were actually going to be tearing through this, and I'd be able to capture these stations pretty quickly. That doesn't seem to have happened, though. Before I do that, actually, you know what? They're already on the move, so... what we'll do here, basically we're going to be moving on to Faenov, and we'll invade it right away, but what I want to do here is make sure that any potential threats to the transport fleet have been dealt with. What are you doing? You like the tropical Skittles and the sour ones. The lemon flavor and the green apple are nice. Yeah, those are all very good. I mean, this is the trick. I mean,
Market survey
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't you know, smell them for the bouquet or anything like that. Like, when it comes down to it, a Skittle's a Skittle. Like, it tastes like sugar, and it's just like generally very tasty, and there's nothing really to complain about as far as they go. Oh, we can use the experimental navigation for this. I think what I'm going to do, though... I think we're going to risk the horrors in this system. But yeah, so like honestly,
Competitors engaged.
the flavor, like there is a difference in terms of the flavors, but it's not enough that like I'm not gonna be upset if I don't get, you know, the Skittle I would normally expect.
Colonial Enterprise upsizing.
Okay, so the colony ships are already on their way. Good news there. So turns out it was the right call as far as the
Future market
consumer goods
survey
are concerned.
complete.
In fact, let's just, because I'm still like the important thing to remember here, right? Oh, damn it! I think I might have just consigned some of my guys to unemployment. Nope, we'll get it in time. Sorry guys, just 1 second. Closer study of Gindix 7 has revealed that the planet's primary chemical composition is in fact identical to an ester found in berries on Rhizome Capital, which locals have been distilling into inebriants for thousands of years. The ester so prevalent on Gindax 7 likely comes from the nebula that cloaks the system, which contains billions of liters of the same substance. Science officer Bud Bloom has secured several samples of the familiar ester, and after rigorous biohazard sampling testing has even sampled it, describing the scent and the taste as a little bit of home in the chill of the void. The crew of the RCA Orintho Canis 3 suggests that such an exotic variant of a well-known corporate beverage could be quite popular amongst our citizens. Out of the question, or an excellent proposal, break out the fine glassware. So, exotic inebriants modifier added for 120 months, giving the following effects. Plus 10% happiness, plus 33% monthly influence. Unfortunately, like, this is amazing. So, I'm going to do a completely in-character suggestion, which is something that, if I were to be playing on the hardest difficulty, would be like the fall of the Rhizome Capital Empire. So, a 5% decrease in terms of jobs, remembering that all of my science comes from that. So, we've got 2K. Let's watch these numbers go down. So, an excellent proposal. So, for 10 years... Oh, Jesus Christ. This is going to be so bad. I'm just going to write this in chat so we can see the exact impact. So 834, 870, 736. Why am I doing this to myself? Oh, is that all? Maybe I got lucky.
Research actualized.
Okay. And then the actual cost is 830. 732. Yeah, but the month is turned over and those numbers are the same. That's unexpected. I would have thought that it would have been more. All right, through glandular biological tailoring, we can change the environmental tolerance of a species to suit our needs. One second. Sorry, guys. I'm in my I've just got 101 different windows up. Okay. Wait a minute. What did we just research? Won't even say. Okay. Well, that's just it. It said that it was a modifier. It didn't say if it was... No, it's an empire-wide. So for some reason... I mean, it could... So here's the thing that's a little weird about the... Here's the thing that I probably haven't properly taken into account, which I've actually never been had a good job of it, is that because there is a bonus towards happiness, the overall society is more is more overall productive. But I don't like. I'm not entirely convinced. The last time we went for a big happiness boost, it didn't actually. I don't know, like it didn't really have that outsized of an effect on our productivity. Anyways, I'm not going to complain about not being hammered by a particular decision. So let's go on to. But here's the thing, right? You can't play a megacorp and then say, "Oh, hey, we've got a popular new product. We need to restrict that." You know, we believe in free markets. See, problem is the only thing, like, I won't actually use any of these. Well, maybe the food output. I think I am going to go for the cheap ones, but I'll go for something that I'll actually get the benefit from. Okay, where are we with this? I can definitely live with these guys moving through. I do, however, want to know where my... Okay. So I need to plan this a little carefully. I'm going to send the fleet directly to the center of the system. Now, the one thing I want to be really careful about... So if they're going to Thegan State... Oh, well, actually, they're just going to go... They're going to run straight into the station, so I don't need to worry about it. But what I didn't want to have happen is to have my invasion transport fleets kind of caught off guard. So normally I would hold them back here. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to move them sort of perpendicular to the... So, like, here's the path that somebody would sneak up behind them on. What I want to do is I want to avoid the starbase.
Upscaling complete.
But I don't want to just leave them at the entrance
Starbase
because that's
under
where
assault.
somebody can sort of catch them. Anyways, it'll be a moot point because these guys are not going to survive their own starbase.
Potential market survey completed.
By the way, Johnny, I 100% approve of your emote usage.
Research actualized.
I don't think it can be said enough. Eyes of Sin did that, so the only thing I really asked from her was a Kappa-style emote, and she was the one to come up with that completely on her own. And I think she did such a great job with it. These special probes are equipped with swarms of nanites that identify previously unknown mineral concentrations and mark them for later extraction. Alright, so lots of weapons available to me. Armored torpedoes are actually really tempting, But in this particular case, I think I'm going to go for the Ripper autocannon because I'm going to be building some larger capital ships, and I don't feel like I quite have the large armaments to sort of hold my own in that sense. Excuse me. We'll try and clean up what we can. Obviously, taking out things like colony ships and science ships and all of that. But in the meantime, we've got the Shore Guard, 95 strength. I think in this case we can just start straight up invasion, and we'll. Yes, I have all the DLC enabled. Although this isn't really the capital world, so... Well, they're both 95 strength, so... We'll soften up the defenses on one system. I have not played the game Distant Stars. Also, from a few streams ago...
Attempting to acquire planetary market.
I had,
Upscaling complete.
I had like a big batch of IOUs for my, my construction efforts. No, they're just building a bunch of colony ships. So I'm doing exactly what I said I shouldn't do on this system. Right, these guys have been sort of sitting idle, which means they're generally safe. I am slightly curious how they're gonna manage... Oof. Well, let's see if we can pull it off. I think they're gonna get attacked, to be completely honest, but... There's really no other way around. Okay, so I actually need to kind of plan things out a little bit better. So, on the capital system, I've been slowly building up sort of my supplemental fleet. So there should be 5 cruisers and 4 destroyers in this thing. Yep. Hang on. Unfortunately, I have no idea what any of these notes are supposed to mean. This is a repeat of Johnny Big Time's E3 presentations. Or it's like the how many of you have seen the opening to The Usual Suspects? Okay, so I think I know. So what my notes have got here: my slush fleet, 2 cruisers plus 5, 3 destroyers plus 4, 17 Crovet because I can't type to save my life apparently. So I think this is in reference to the burgeoning Bion Armada, which has, in my view, 2 cruisers, 2 proper cruisers, 3 destroyers, and what? 15, 17 corvettes. Yeah, okay. No, this totally makes sense. So this is basically just me keeping track of what's currently in that fleet and what's on its way. So that would mean I should make 7 more destroyers if I can. By the way, I don't think I got any answers. Would it be fair to say nobody here has an idea about what the reference to, or what game the title is referring to? I've actually played it on stream before. What I'm slightly nervous about is I think a bunch of workers
Potential market survey completed.
just got demoted rather than moved up. The other possibility, which I still haven't played but I own, is it's Distant Worlds, because I know there's Distant Worlds universe is a thing, but it's a bigger game, so it's not one that I've personally I'm personally familiar with. Anyways, the title is a reference to the Stanley Parable, which is a wonderful game, and if you've not played the Stanley Parable, I highly recommend it. I had a lot of fun playing it. I guess I should do it on stream again someday, but I figured it was an appropriate enough title for the conclusion of the worm subplot. Anyways, thank you for the clarification there. Is it Keol? And very good evening to you. I don't believe I've said hello yet. Hey, Hail Cheeses. Also, was there Lumpy Space in here a little while ago and I missed them? Your ultimate battlefield of empires is finished. You've got the Republicans, the Democrats, the Independents, the Human Church of Prosperity, and Twitter. This is going to be good. Well, I mean, you don't want to include the FSB as... Oh, the FSB can be marauders. You did not say hi, and now he hates you. Oh my goodness, I actually feel... I feel terrible. Not because you're, saying that he's upset, but rather the fact that he was here and I didn't say hi. Also, I wonder how long it took me to realize that that was paused.
Commencing seizure of planetary asset.
Why can't I find him?
A system has been surveyed.
Okay, if any of you see Lumpy Space, please tell him I'm sorry. I metaphorically kiss his feet in apology. And I don't think I have any more planets to terraform. What a sad day.
Research actualized.
Nanovitality crops. Infusing crop strands with small amounts of nanomachines help create a type of produce that is ultra-resilient, and the chemical composition of which can be tailored and altered during its entire lifetime. Okay, something tells me that habitability +5 will not save my now Tomb World obsessed capital region species. I'm actually kind of tempted for the collective self because this will offset some of my expansion penalties. So I will do that. The only SOTS game I've actually played is The Pit, which I realize has nothing to do with the other... I realize has very little to do with the other games, but this is all I can contribute to the conversation. Okay, I think the real problem now is that I need to figure out a way of getting this last 20% dealt with. So they should be safe enough to go to Starmag. Excuse me. It'll take a while to get there. The move I'm less comfortable about, but I think I'm going to do... Well, no, I think... Okay, we're gonna keep pounding away on Baga. So the idea is gonna be this. In whatever time it takes, the fleet will arrive and land troops. The ideal would have been to kind of have both navies start pushing out the line so that I can start taking out these worlds. Now, as it happens, this is probably the most inefficient way of me moving my troops, right? I take them out and around and I go to Starmag, then I'm going to turn them around and start taking up these worlds. But, that's what I chose, and I kind of have to live with it now. The ideal for me would have been... I'm at capacity with my food, I should have thought of that. Well, there are some fixes for that. Actually, before I do that, might as well just sell the surplus. 5,000 should do. And on Halvam, I mean, I seem to have set this up as an agricultural world, but there's a very good question about whether or not that was actually the appropriate choice. So let's set that up. We'll get it to do double... Hang on. I think Halvam was going to be my second... was also going to be my second alloy manufacturer. I'm actually quite close to finishing sort of the deindustrialization of all of these worlds. Okay, I'm gonna need to make some decisions as far as where people are allocated. Oh no, I still need to switch out the civilian fabricators. Don't do that. Well, you know what? I'm actually just gonna start this right now. This is gonna take a big hit to my civilian production, but it'll pay off in the long run. And I think I'm going to build a backup research lab just as again, here as a precaution. There's a couple... Okay, so one thing to keep in mind, there's still a couple of efficiencies that I can do in terms of things like getting rid of these... holo theaters and whatnot. I do want to keep them because they do generate social research. They also get my amenities up, so I'm not It's not going to be like a full court press as far as the research capabilities are concerned. Paradaya, it really is good for generating food, but I don't need food at the moment. I kind of always need energy, but we are going to need districts at some point, so... The Pit was one of the 2 expansions for the... I did not know that. I always thought that was a standalone game. Oh, you're thinking... Okay, sorry. I'm... Okay, good. I'm not totally going crazy. All right, physics research is up, sort of as we expected. We can get energy credits from technicians, but... Oh yeah, we're actually doing a fairly good job of getting those from jobs now. So there's a decent argument for this one. Actually, more than decent, because it's less than a year. And then we also got the Ripper autocannon. These upgraded rotary autocannons feature improved tracking and fire control systems. This allows them to maintain an even higher rate of fire. So I can go synthetic workers and get all of the benefits from this upgraded technology, but it is a dangerous technology, and I don't think I'm quite equipped to deal... Like, I can handle crises, they make life interesting, but I don't think I want to just voluntarily leap into a whole bunch of problems one after the other. Maybe we'll wait until after the Great Khan, so in this case we'll go for the Afterburners just because it's a relatively inexpensive choice.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, so Halvam is on their way to helping out with the unemployment problem. Again, we'll find. I am sort of getting to the point where I can fill out all of these worlds in terms of their production, but there's still a few things I want to try and fit around. Okay, I'm apparently a moron. Let's make this evasive, and then we'll carry on. And how about before that? Oh, you know what? I've been meaning to do this for a while, so we'll explore that wormhole. We will explore this one. I think I'm reasonably happy with the rest of that, so... And then I'll add more to my destroyer queue. I'm never going to finish this in time. Like, this sort of slush fleet is just a nice to have at this point, but... Okay, Python doesn't have an employment crisis yet, and they're actually going to be upgrading those jobs anyway. Akram really only has 2 slots left, so let's just take a quick look at where we're at as far as the volatile modes. We've got 3 available. It's consuming 1, this will consume 1, so we've got 2 more. Halvam is getting 1, so we will upgrade this. So we've kind of got 2 on a primary planet, and then we've got sort of 2 backups. It would be nice to get some more alloy production, but I can sort of live with this this lower amount for now. I'm actually pretty happy with where the rest of this is going. Maybe at some point I'll consider upgrading things like the the Commerce Megaplex. In fact, there's a decent argument here to say, okay, well, you know, all well and good, I've got commercial zones, it's got me 5 clerk jobs, but like, I kind of have the trade and the amenities I need for this system right now. Like, this might be better served, you know, turning into something that will give me more resources. Probably the best that I could go for here would be... I mean, I can always use more research labs. Not a great argument for a Ministry of Production. That's going to be... there'll be other places for that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this probably is a call. If I was to replace it with anything, it would probably just be another science building. And then there's another question about whether or not I need these robot assembly plants, but the robots I'm making are actually pretty good ones, so we'll leave it at that. As far as the other planets are concerned, I mean, again, I'm gonna convert these civilian factories into research facilities. That's kind of the first priority at the moment. Gaul was not born in sin. Paradia, similar story. All these other ones I won't need to worry about sort of shifting the industry off. And then what I want to do here, actually, I'm going to queue this up before anything else. I do want to make sure that there is a Ministry of Production. And this is because metallurgist and artisan output of 15%, well, this is where all the civilian fabricators and the alloy production will be. Again, it would be nice if I could do this for places like Halvin Prime and whatnot, but even then, just being able to get a level of specialization, this is another perfect example of a planet that could use a good Ministry of Production. Oh, but it doesn't have a capital yet. But yeah, just basically, again, so this is like as old as the Wealth of Nations, right? Specialization is a major source of productivity improvement. Productivity being defined as the ability to get, I have no idea what's going on there. Oh no, they're going where they need to. If you ever want a good definition of productivity, just say, can you get more using the same resources, or can you get the same using fewer resources? It's basically that's an equivalent definition. Like this is, so what really interests me is that a lot of people who are not economists talk about Adam Smith as if it was like the Bible. Adam Smith very rarely came up in my classes. But the other thing about it is that there's two books that he wrote. There's The Theory of Moral Sentiments and there's The Wealth of Nations. One of the things that was interesting, I don't remember if this is directly in The Wealth of Nations or this is just some of the commentary on it, but like one of the concerns about specialization, so like there's the example of the pin factory. Another good example you can actually get out of this is there's a Canadian documentary called Nails, which doesn't sound... You know what? I'm going to take a quick minute and I'm going to find this for you, just because I think it's... With Megacorps, it's actually very interesting to see how some of these ideas are modeled in the game. This will probably bore some of you, so I will give you just a quick, like, here's what to expect. But this is, I think, a pretty good documentary. So it's 13 minutes long. It was made in the late 70s. So there's no real dialogue in this. Could call it a documentary. But essentially what it does is it shows the production of nails. And it shows everything from sort of a blacksmith working on nails to industrial manufacture. And in The Wealth of Nations, Smith does describe sort of a pin factory. And if you can imagine, like, I'm pretty sure all of you, if, like, you were forced to, somebody says, like, your life depends on this, you need to figure out how to make a pin, you'd be able to get it sorted out. Like, you'd get some wire and you'd cut it out and you'd sort of shape it into something roughly resembling a pin. And if you were to then start getting a group of people together to try and figure out how to do this thing, you'd also probably be on your way to starting to make a company for it. Essentially, being able to divide a bunch of tasks into a bunch of specialties. Somebody cuts, somebody sharpens, somebody puts them in a box or something along those lines. You'd also notice that overall, you would see that your efforts sort of grew rather substantially. It's more than just the fact that you're adding people to it. You're adding a way of doing things that will make you all better at making pins. But the one fear that came out of that is that specialization, while very good at sort of producing more, and of course this is the thing, the necessities and conveniences of life, to put it in the terms that he used, it would also potentially make us all really stupid because it's the most mind-numbing work you could possibly do. Now, in our case, that's not what the computer has done for us. The computer's actually gone in the opposite way, and we wind up having less specialization than I think some people necessarily think about. But anyways, Nails does a really good job. It's a documentary which is just all about nails. It's pretty neat. I think it's nicely photographed, but it's a really great way to just sort of see how all of, how the production of Nails has... I don't think the point is to show how it's changed, but that is one thing that you can get out of that. And again, if you kind of see the optimal way to structure a civilization in this game, like, I'm realizing some benefits from basically having a planet which is dedicated towards research, and then another planet that's dedicated towards crop production, and so on and so forth. But then you also wind up in the situation like you'd get in, say, Foundation, which is you have this massive capital which is actually completely incapable of sustaining itself, that it requires only kind of an upset in in terms of one set of shipments, and basically it can't function as well as it used to. So whether or not that was the intention when they first made the expansion, I actually really like the fact that some of the consequences about the way that all of these planets work and the way that the new production system works is that it allows you to build planets and allows you to build empires roughly in line with what you might expect from people who tend to think about what are the optimal ways that people sort of set up their production, or set up their societies in terms of being able to produce the things that it needs, or how do you facilitate that trade in order to get the things that you need. So well, yeah, K-Taz, that's what we're talking about, though. Whatever the enigmatic cache's purpose here on Cathea Prime may have been, it has come to an end. As abruptly as it arrived, the enigmatic cache is now leaving. A relief for the citizens of Cathea Prime. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I actually don't know where all this agricultural production is coming from. I know it's coming from jobs, but I obviously freaked out at one point in terms of my food supplies. And again, I apologize for not being a little more on the ball in terms of chat responses and all of that. I'm kind of contending with the illness still. Look at yourselves. What is that thing in your face? Some kind of calyx? Wait, is that even your face? How can you not see that you shareholders are an affront to nature? Oh yeah? Sorry, I didn't realize I was paused. It wasn't... Sorry. I'm bad at recognizing that I'm paused. Just 1 second. Even the oldest Vengarian history receipts tell of the Orion star merchants. They elevated us from beasthood to sell us kitchen appliances. Show us your wares. Jesus Christ! We offer you the Triumph brand bunk beds, these innovative, space-efficient, stackable sleep receptacles increase the habitation potential of planetary housing, allowing you to squeeze in more capita per square meter. All this now for the low price of 1,200 alloys. A one-time delivery to a single colony only. Bunk beds are guaranteed to last 80 years and no longer, increasing housing by 10% for the duration. I mean, I've got a massive food surplus, so there's no point in doing that. Not interested, move along. It's so icy out, you nearly fell talking? Oh, taking out some recycling. I'm sorry to hear that, Sin. I hope you're well. Or I hope you're well otherwise, but please take care of yourself. I won't have anybody else to keep me sane if you don't take care of yourself. Okay. Wormhole, in fact, has been explored. It connects to the Ambesia system.
Upscaling complete.
That's pretty good for me, actually. So if I do decide to expand out, and I mean, the nice thing is I control this, right? Even unless somebody kind of leaps from elsewhere, this would give me access to the Lelaboris Alliance, who I believe we get along with, but why don't they want a commercial pact with me?
Potential market survey completed.
All right.
Upscaling
And
complete.
now I'm suffering for my my decision to get rid of that commercial production. So we are building more research labs. That's okay. Let me just double check where we are at on Rhizome Capital. Okay, so we've tapped out our capacity as far as research is concerned, unless I want to start taking down these buildings. Yamalna needs to be the priority as far as these upgrades are concerned. And I have 2 exotic gases, so I should be able to upgrade this building twice. Of course, the drawback here is that we are going to be losing some artisans as well. Now, essentially what I'm expecting to have happen is just a big loss in production, and we're basically going to overcome it eventually with the upgrading of these different systems. But for now, it's just going to be a little miserable. I also have space for rare crystals, so I think we'll just, again, I might as well just, I'll focus on this one being my
Colonial Enterprise
my
upsizing.
primary industrial world. Actually, this is a slightly better choice, but... well, not really, now that I think of it.
Research actualized.
Okay, quantum field manipulation. Quantum superposition energy cells simultaneously drained and charged. So that's 20% bonus towards energy. This is just generally good news because in the worst case scenario, I can buy my way out of my my consumer goods problems. Now, this is a little tricky. So I would normally want to do... well, it's 9 months. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I was going to go for the particle lance, but I can't complain at more research. Paradia is actually going to need some more people to work on it. I can't really upgrade these research facilities anymore. At least not until I find new sources of exotic gas, but...
Good business is where you find it.
Okay, newly founded colony. Hey, excellent. Baldorak public announcement. Colonel Rapzrak reporting, acting military governor of New Baldorak. I must regretfully inform the galactic community of the demise of my predecessor, General Pathenak. After being lured into a dastardly ambush by rebel forces, the general gave his life in the finest tradition of the service. A state funeral with full honors will be held at the successful conclusion of our current offensive against the rebel strongholds. Rapzak out. Interesting. This is, again, I think a much underappreciated little quest line in Stellaris. Okay, this is a little tougher than I thought it would be. We're actually,
Research
I don't think we're losing
actualized.
ships, but we're definitely getting some pushed out. Let's see where we're at. Nope, we did lose a destroyer, so Finding aspects of the self within a group is natural and inevitable, and eventually those shared aspects must be valued higher than individual identities. Okay, let's think of it. All sorts of cheap choices. I don't have a huge use for the Galactic Stock Exchange. Actually, you know what? Climate restoration will give me access to new planets. That's the obvious choice. So I don't really think in terms of like best outcomes. Talrea best. Like I just like it as a plot line. It's not that I'm trying to advocate for one choice or another. Okay, I think I am gonna pillage a destroyer out of the old group. Let me just update my sheet accordingly. So we should have 2 destroyers now. Oh, hang on, I probably don't have room for destroyers. We'll say 3 there, and I'll just knock one off of the list. So we'll transfer this guy out. So obviously it'd be nice to upgrade it all the way, but, you know, I'll work with what I've got. Construction ship got what it needed to. I'm gonna regret doing this, but let's... Interesting. So the reason I'm potentially going to regret this is just because of the effects on my sprawl, but I'm still gonna need all the effort to you know, to actually maintain these planets. But the thing is that I do kind of want bodies producing goods and services as quickly as I can. We've got 22. This will be the next one. So even though it's gonna, like, the way that I sort of look at this is, in the worst case scenario, I overexpand, and what I need to do is I need to spend some of my energy credits to buy the materials that I need to be able to, you know, to actually properly do this kind of expansion. And that's not an overwhelming penalty by any stretch of the imagination. I'm probably going to regret doing this, but I am going to take these sectors. I'm not clear if I want to make a move on the defensive platform or not. Yeah, the reaction flotilla is going to come. I don't actually have the forces to be able to defend this. Now let's go for it. We should be able to see Siplum Station. Okay, yep, they're just going to keep throwing themselves towards essentially, as long as they keep doing this, I'm completely happy. Although this guy should be on a planet that's not taking up resources. These guys should be healing up. Oh yeah, no, I woke the beast. Okay. I'm not opposed to actually crushing these guys, so I'm gonna have to chase. I'm gonna have to chase them around, or have them chase me around a
Research
little bit, though.
actualized.
The improved version of the standard afterburners provide an even greater boost to the ship's combat speed. Okay, so moving on. I think I'm just going to go for the cheaper options again, in this case the alloy nanoplants. And I've sort of reached my bottom as far as civilian or consumer goods are concerned. Oh, I haven't even reached my bottom. How are you guys doing? Well, they've got what they need, that's the thing. I think I'm just gonna let nature take its course as far as some of these are concerned. It looks like I've still got space for volatile motes, so what's going on with these guys? Okay, well, we'll upgrade it. It'll give me a little breathing room as far as employment, but I'm still gonna need to work with it. We're still 17 out. Now, the really sensitive part of this is that because I've now woken these guys up, I need to make sure that this fleet can land and invade, like, on time. Because these guys are a little too strong for me to take on right now. And this is a pretty, like, this is a sizable assault army. They could quite easily retake Starmag if it comes down to it. Now, I'm not without options here. The idea is going to be that these guys are going to come in to help with things. I mean, the other thing that I can do, of course, is just force the issue and take it to their worlds, but I'm not quite ready to do that. I think it's better for me to actually inflict a pretty serious defeat on them. But what I think I am going to do, I wasn't originally going to do this, but let's take the Vanquishing Bion Armada, and we're going to put them in place to... I want to put them in a position to be able to help these guys out. So this is going to be another 3.5 that I can add to the fleet. Okay, they're going after my little guy. That's not nice. Hello, Dr. Frankenvinder. That ain't right. Okay, so it's tempting to try and take Alcor. The catch here is it's actually very easy for me to get caught out here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take these guys, we're going to go all the way back to Athos. That's going to be where everybody sort of unites. Now, in the best case scenario, I'm able to add the Vanquishing Bion Armada to the Burgeoning Bion Armada. And I now have two large fleets that can just smash, smash my opponents here. In the second worst case scenario, I should probably get somebody working on that debris. Where's my closest research ship? Okay, so we'll explore the wormhole first, and then we'll get you on research. In the second worst case scenario, I'm going to have to give back a little bit of territory to these guys, but it will be in the name of sort of regrouping, and then we'll just turn around and flatten them. We're doing okay as far as our war goals are concerned, but the problem here is that as far as occupation is concerned, like, we're kind of done. Like, there's no more of these planets to take over at this point. So this is why I was reluctant to go to Alcor, because these guys are going to be moving faster than I would normally expect. There's still an outside chance that I'm going to be able to get what I need from, from just a head-on attack with these guys, but it'd be better if I can avoid it. Okay, 10% bonus to research station output. Studying something from the limited perspective of a single-dimensional reality does not paint the whole picture. Every angle must be considered. What kind of species and utopia are we laying now? Well, this is these are the plant megacorp people. So, did you see them before, Dr. Frankenvinder? If not, I'm happy to read you the lore that has been written for these guys. Let's just go for the proton launchers at this point. Again, it's we're back in the holding pattern of just of going for the cheapest option. And it does look like they're determined to take out the Armada itself. So, which gives me a little bit of hope for the invasion fleet. Esteemed Chief Executive Officer Oak, a decade ago, the Rhizome Capital pledged its support of the artisan troop, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? I'll say yes, and I want to realign my... I want to make sure that I'm getting these dates right, so we're good to 41. So I've got 2 years before the next demand comes through, so it's a deal. Yes, you are familiar with our corporate plant boys. You wasn't sure if this is a different civ. You're in the zone of either adopting other civilizations into the fold or forcing them into... Exactly. Our attrition's going up a little higher than I want it to, but I'm still somewhat... as long as this can be taken care of, I'm actually pretty sure we'll get a big bonus in terms of our... in terms of the... in terms of, like, the... like the space. Well, actually, they're already at 100% war exhaustion, so I think in this case we are going to need to start taking some worlds from them. It may not be the smartest thing in the world for me to be diverting this fleet, to be completely honest. So I'm going to... I'm actually going to reevaluate that. This is going to be dicey, but I'm not going to throw... I'm actually not going to throw... Like, I need to consider the costs of actually moving all of these fleets around, and I think it's better for me to just have a little bit of a cat and mouse game while these two fleets unite. I think I actually want to start eating their lunch on their own systems. The real secret here is going to be to make sure that this transport fleet gets out, though. So the entry points are in Akram. We've got a bit of a stronger base, and Eunuch is the big thing that's containing them. But this was their old territory, so in this case, there's no places for me to make a stand on. What would have been nice is if I could have taken out the starport here. But the fact of the matter is that they would have had, like, the real dilemma here was this fleet was going to go on to its death trying to take these guys out, and what I did was I poked the bear by taking some of their territory, and they've changed their path to now try and take me out here. Now, again, it's not the end of the world. I'm going to be able to invade. Ooh, what? That's nonsense. What do you think these are?
Attempting to acquire planetary market.
But basically, I just need to make sure that I don't get caught in a bad fight. I mean, the other thing, too, is I think my armaments are enough, so they're pretty laser-focused. We've got a little bit of a better balance. But again, I'd rather not lose troops. Troops are going to be how that that war exhaustion goes up a lot higher than it needs to. Now, I needed to deal with my influence, so I'm just going to... I did want to do one last pass to make sure that all of these were properly taken care of, because I had the haunting fear that I actually missed an expansion option. Okay, this is not great, but I'm going for it. That's more of a because I can expansion rather than a need. Yeah, these are all doing what they're supposed to. And then this, I think, should have been the breakpoint. Now, in reality, most of these are not really going to be giving me the production benefits that I wanted. This is the new office, right? Yeah. These are more sort of planting seeds for the future. But again, I've got a surplus of influence to use right now, and yep, I can always, I can always do edicts and whatnot. But the fact of the matter is I am a megacorp, and it does benefit me to have it does benefit me to have branch offices, and more importantly, this is an entity that I would like to see do reasonably well, because they're not a major threat to me. So this is a reasonably safe investment as far as my my resources are concerned. I could do it here, but I think we'll leave it at that. Okay, looks like we've got housing problems now. Wasn't expecting that. Also amenities problems, so it's just bad overall. Excuse me.
Planetary market secured.
I do rather wish they would be... Yeah, they should be healing.
Future market survey complete.
Okay, so we got the planet. That's good news there. We're still at minus 15 though, so we're really desperate in terms of our occupation goals. This is going to be a really risky move, but if I could get these guys out in time, this will be good. Are they still... They're attacking the Fizz. Ooh, yeah, they're going right for it. I'm feeling curiously optimistic. Let's see if it pays off. So again, we're gonna give these up. Okay, we did get these guys out in time, so that's good news. I am particularly curious what they do after the fact here.
Enterprise upsizing.
The best news is if we can... I mean, so there's really no way I can delay them. It's really just them being slow at doing things. But if I can do something to... Oop, looks like they're getting another 1100 to support. Basically, if we can get these guys to show up at Athos on time, we are in particularly good... We're in particularly good shape, and if they... The worst case scenario is they bring everyone, including this big, this big sort of force, they put them in the Star Mag system, and they retake Braga. But we'll see how it goes. Again, I'm actually okay...
Upscaling complete.
I'm okay pulling back for a little bit to be able to reclaim these. What I also might wind up doing in the end is...
Colonial enterprise established.
Once these guys have gotten pushed back, we might actually take the time to head down and reclaim these systems. So something along the lines of take this, then we send a group down to... In fact, probably what we should do is just take, like, this little chunk. Okay, I've got some science that just happened, so I think I need to... Yuka will head back to where the other fleets are going. Flourishing Bion Armada... Right, that's... that was just the next batch for the Slush fleet. There's not a lot for me to do there. Construction ships are doing what they need to do. Science ships are doing what they need to do. The fleet has successfully escaped. Halvam is making colony ships, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, so that, I mean, this can absorb a bit of damage. We're just going to go for the Kelvin Maelstrom here. I'm not crazy about doubling up the attacks on the hard points. Nanoseparators are a revolutionary new step in the creation of alloys, simplifying the casting process while improving overall production quality. I guess jobs still are my main source. No, it's stations that are actually my main source of minerals. Is there a big reason for me to go for the Stormfire autocannon or battleship hull points? I'd like to, but I think I'm gonna kind of stick to my guns as far. Oh, I did forget to reassign Flora Hawthorne though, because she's got a specialization in that field, and I meant to do that. I didn't say it at the time, but I absolutely meant to reassign her. Okay, we'll still get a little bit of that. And I really do need to start dealing with this consumer goods problem. Okay, so now I really need to be careful about what I'm doing. Where are the reinforcements? We're a few systems away. I do think we're probably gonna pay a little bit more than I want to for this, but the Democratic Panaxla Union is looking at me funny. So the fact of the matter is, we're never going to get along with these guys, so... Unfortunately, these guys are probably well positioned to become rivals. We'll deal with it at the time. The big thing is, oh, you like the species with its economically minded ways. It really suits me in some regards. I mean, it is based on a pun. But yeah, I will admit, so I would have structured this very differently if I knew what I knew now. But I am really enjoying the new mechanics that were added in Megacorps. And you're right in the sense that I think a lot, like,
upscaling complete.
This is not just true of me in terms of like how I think about economics problems or things like that. This is true of like how I think at work. I am always thinking of like better ways to do things or sort of more efficient ways of achieving a particular task or something along these lines. So thinking in these terms in this game as far as like how do I organize sort of the factors of production to produce my best possible my best possible star empire or more ships or any of these things. Like this really is kind of just a way that is very natural for me to think about problems. And I enjoy it quite a bit. So they're moving on to Eye of Ball. Now, Eye of Ball is not a particularly strong station, so I'm not that worried about it. What I am worried about is whether or not this one is too tough. This is going to be, like, to me, this is going to be a pretty important one for me because this is going to be the point where... So they're heading to Siplim next. Oh, so they stopped. I think they just screwed themselves doing this, actually. They're heading back here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to let them engage. That's going to give these guys enough time to unify. And then we're going to move in with purpose. So I'm actually still quite sick, Dr. Frankenvinder, but I did leave on a cliffhanger for the Horizon signal. So while may not be my best stream, it'll be one that I hope you all can tolerate, let's say. Plus we got a sub, which makes me happy, and a new follow. Isaacson is much more, oh, that constellation looks like a crab. I like crabs. Crabs are the theme of everything I'm going to do from here on out. Pinchy little babies. Yep. Well, funny you should mention that, Sin. So if you don't mind, guys, I'm just going to exit to menu. Now that you've said that, next time we play Stellaris, we will go for our... Something along these lines. We could give it we'll go give a nice little ocean world. Trying to think what's appropriate for. Oh, they're king. I didn't vote for him. So this is one of the things I like the most about Stellaris, is that somebody can even make like a little joke, and you could probably make a species out of it. So yeah, Sin, if you ever want to learn Stellaris, I'd love to play with you. Actually, this will be my open challenge to Johnny Big Time and Eyes of Sin. If you're willing to put up with me, I would really enjoy trying to teach you Stellaris, and maybe we could turn it into like a tutorial series or something like that. Yeah, but Darkest Dungeon is so good, Massimo Goma. Just imagine these crabs going around different empires, and their greeting is pinching cheeks. Oh, do you not know how to play? Well, it sounds like you already know how to play the game, though. Like, the point on this one was I once did a session with Eyes of Sin, and I was like completely ignorant of what it is like to first play a game like this. Because like when I go in, it's like, oh, it's another Paradox game, you know, I'll just do my thing. And like that is not the way to introduce somebody to a Paradox game. It's a very good way to convince them to never play a Paradox game. So I'm trying to think a little bit about how to onboard people in a way that doesn't make them feel like they're being lectured to, and to make it as engaging as possible in terms of being able to you know, like to get in and do things. Because one of the problems I ran into with Crusader Kings is I found that with a lot of people, they're like, so this game is just a bunch of waiting, and I'm like, yes, but it's compelling when you wait. So a quick thing I'll say about Darkest Dungeon. So there's a coworker who had gotten into Darkest Dungeon. Like they're like they could be fairly termed as a gamer, but like not necessarily. You wouldn't immediately say, oh, you know, obviously, you know, John Gamerson, the gamer guy, like, like they have their other interests and they're on a Mac, so they're not going to have like that much experience of stuff that you and I might take for granted. But what was really interesting, and this is what I was talking about on Twitter, it was also really interesting. So I introduced them to the Darkest Dungeon, and I kind of did it the way that, you know, everybody does, is you let them hear that really good voiceover, and you know, they can kind of take it from there. That's really great information. Okay, I'm getting a little worried about my
Research actualized.
my costs, though. I'll explain what's going on down here in a minute, but what really interested me was once they were interested, I kind of followed how they wound up making their purchasing decision. And what I found most interesting about the experience was this. They so they definitely went out and checked out some like videos. They saw some YouTube stuff. They saw some, you know, just what you would normally sort of expect, right? You would see. I'm just trying to get an idea of where some of that. So one of the things I want to focus on is, are there buildings that I can use to improve the the quantity of like chemicals or anything like that produced? But it looks like no. So I want this to be focused on generating energy, but it looks like there aren't a lot of options for that. Actually, what I think I am going to do, just because I'm short on amenities, let's build a commercial hub. Okay, so the Vale's taken care of. Halvam, we're actually okay for our workforce at the moment, so I'll leave that. Akram, again, we've got a huge surplus of jobs. I'm not going to touch that. Python also has a big surplus, so I don't need to be building any of that for a while. But yeah, so I kind of got an idea. This is a big one for me because I want to understand more about how people make purchasing decisions for games. So one thing was sort of seeing, you know, how they engage with influencers and all of that in terms of making their purchasing decision. But what interested me the most, and I really feel like this should be true more often but isn't, they sort of said, so Canadian Darkest Dungeon is about $30, and I sort of said to them, is like, well, you know, there's like a Steam sale that was on not too long ago, so it won't be on sale like immediately, but it might be on sale somewhere, or it wasn't a Steam sale, like it was a sale for the announcement of Darkest Dungeon 2, but you know, it might be available on sale before too long if you want to let me know. And they sort of said, like, They basically said, it's like, well, you know, $30 is not really something I think that much about. Okay, so like obviously this is like, this guy's an economist of where I work, so this is clearly something I realize there's a certain amount of privilege about people being able to say stuff like that. I understand that some people will look for sales because it's a matter of affordability, so like I'll keep that in mind. But like basically his view is like, well, you know, like for $30, I don't really think that much about that kind of a purchase. Like if I think I'm going to enjoy it, I should probably just buy it. Like $30 is not a huge amount to be spending. And like, you know, with that in mind, he's totally right. Like if you go to the movies and you buy snacks, you're probably spending about that. But it just occurred to me that this is a view that I never hear from gamers. Like I love Stellaris, I love introducing people to Stellaris, but there's definitely a lot of people who are like, okay, I'll buy it when it goes on sale. And that's totally fine, because we've got huge libraries and sometimes it doesn't make sense to spend like full freight. But it's just really interesting to find out, like I said it sort of jokingly, but there is a sort of a side of me that says, you know, the most lucrative market for games is like non-gamers, because there just sort of seems to be this atmosphere now where we kind of take it for granted that we're like gaming the system, that we're trying to, you know, to engage in this little battle with the developer and finding out how little we can spend on a given product. Whereas somebody who's like not sort of maybe not as well versed in like the lore of Steam sales or whatever, like somebody who is not a traditional gamer, says, yeah, you know, $30 is a perfectly fair price to pay for this entertainment product. Like I like they maybe didn't exactly think it was weird, but they did think it was a little they maybe thought it was a little surprising to them that I was making such a big deal about getting it for less. Like, it's like, really, are you that cheap that you're, you know? So it's sort of funny. Now, as far as the war is concerned, yeah, I want to turn them into a subsidiary, but I because they've got an ally in this, I need to bring their occupation, the occupation up. So, by advancing our understanding of atmospheric transformation, we will be able to terraform even the most ecologically devastated worlds. Okay, so moving on. It is tempting to go for Chemical Bliss just so I can knock that off the list. Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, it's 5 months, so we get another kick at the can. That was more just because I didn't have anything that was obviously like, I must have this right now, so... So 819 is not something that's going to cause me to think twice about moving on Oswela, so we will, yeah, we'll head straight back. More disharmony being sown into the galaxy. Now, what I'm going to do here, because these guys are still focusing on Siplim, what I'm going to do is, once these guys get together, I'm going to move to the edge of the system. I'm actually going to wait till these guys commit into Siplim, and then I'm going to start taking this territory, because my hope is that they're going to get absolutely clobbered by these guys, and either I can, one, move in and mop up, or two, they're already going to be retreating, and then I basically just get to lock this down, and obviously it'll let me reclaim some of this territory. More rivalries. Proton launchers. These energy projectiles consist of tightly concentrated protons capable of causing immense damage to the hulls of enemy ships. So again, what is it with SteelSeries and pushing out as many updates as they can? I am going to go for the Particle Lance. It's not my cheapest option, but it is the one that, it's just big. It's nice to at least have this available as an option. Okay, I really do need to start thinking about my consumer goods. The reason, by the way, it's twofold in terms of why this is happening. One, I did shut down some... I did shut down some generating capacity. But more importantly, I massively increased my my ability to research, which means higher consumption of consumer goods. I would not change that decision at all, but it does have the cost of making things a little more.
Potential market survey completed.
It's not about the products; it's about the benefits of purchasing the products. Show us your wares. Still don't want the bunk beds. Okay, they sort of ran away. No losses, which is good news. So we're just gonna beat the crap out of this planet for a little while. There's not really that much defending it, but it'll give me a chance to get these guys into position. Now, the thing I am a little worried about is if they move sort of a defensive fleet in. It would have been nice to sort of clear out some space over here, but again, I can't afford to open up too many paths. What I kind of want to do is to try and claim as many worlds as I can, as quickly as I can. So in this case, this is mostly just going to be about... The ideal path for me is going to be to move this this fleet sort of up to Kebdaran, and again, we'll be able to take 2 planets off of that. And then up to Ashipso. And that'll, I think that's just 1 planet. So again, we'll see what that does for my occupation score. Now I might head back down again. There's lots of different things that we can, do. But the big thing that I want to focus on, if I can, is being able to, basically being able to move the war score where I want it to go. as quickly as I can, and in as few moves as I can. The less that I need to sort of wrench my navies around the map, the more efficient I'm going to be in my conquests. Okay, so let's unify what we can. Unfortunately, I cannot make the amoeba part of the fleet. Okay, so I've got a nice little 7K ready to go. I am going to move them to the edge of the territory, but we're not going to commit until I actually
Potential
start
market
seeing the
survey
fleet
completed.
around Siplum. And again, this is just so I can give the AI enough rope to hang itself.
Research actualized.
Okay, mineral isolation. Advanced spectrometry combines with I think that should be combined with fracking techniques and chemical flushing to rapidly, or no, combines with fracking techniques and chemical flushing to rapidly exploit shallow and mid-depth deposits. I don't really have any feelings about them that are different from when they came out in Utopia and Synthetic Dawn. I really enjoyed playing my Synthetic Dawn hive mind, but I don't believe I've ever done a hive mind, like a biological one, on stream before. But they're fun. Like, the only thing is that I wouldn't recommend them unless somebody really wanted to play a hive mind. I wouldn't recommend them as a first option just because it disables the tutorial. But it's a neat way of playing. The thing is that I really do get sort of stuck into themes. I usually want to follow particular ideas. So sometimes my hive minds just wind up playing a lot like if I was playing, some imperial, theocracy or something like that. Let's just do standardized cruiser patterns. It's mostly just because it's cheap. I don't think I'll have enough vision to be able to see where the fleet I'm interested in is.
Research actualized.
Okay, deep tissue implants are the latest innovation in the revolutionary overlapping of sensory engineering and entertainment experiences. Where we're going, we won't need skin to feel. Sounds like something the Grail might say. I think similar idea here. In this case, I'm just going to start going for the inexpensive stuff. So Paradise Dome, but not for any major reason. I'm also going to do something that I swore I would never do, but I think the time has come. I'm going to sell a surplus of food. I'm going to buy some consumer goods just for a bit of safety. And then I'm going to let's do 75. And then I'm also going to sell the surplus of food. So this shouldn't cancel out. This will be sort of like a deficit for me, but I think this will be... That's amazing that I can buy that. I might actually want to I might want to consider a monthly purchase of these. I always thought that that was something I could only get from the traders. But yeah, so this is mostly just to stop me from having to micromanage that, because I know I'm gonna have I'm gonna have to sort of do this restructuring over a long period of time, and I just don't see the same like the main reason I don't do the monthly trade deals as I don't want them to become... Wow, that is that's a much bigger surplus than I thought I would need. Some of the population, or the pops must have come online. Yeah, I have a lot of colonies coming online
Upscaling
now that
complete.
are eventually going to become a bit of a liability.
Good business is where you find it.
Hooray! So again, this is just
Upscaling complete.
this is all focused on colonizing our freshly minted black hole planet. How are we on beating the crap out of the bad guys? Well, we're causing the damage we need. The real dilemma for me right now is I've got my fleets where I need them to be. Ideally, I'm gonna tie up the AI in a wasteful war in Siplem. But it's gonna take me a while to find out whether or not they're actually committing to it or not. So like I'd ideally like to avoid what happened to... I'd like to avoid what happened the last time, which is that they divert and come to defend their holdings. But I also don't want to like be slow on this, because there's some just war score dangling in front of me for reclaiming these territories. There are a couple things I'm going to do, though, so I'm going to go back to my plan on reconstructing my my secondary fleet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we're up to... Oh, wow, I made too many. That's surprising, actually. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 coming online. I've got another 4. So I've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 12, 13, 14. 14 it is. Okay. We're in good shape. So that means I only need 8 corvettes, and we're at capacity. Well, not fully at capacity, but we're where I wanted that slush fleet to go. And then we'll start building some battleships to fill out the others, and then we'll reconsider our composition after that. So, okay, so +5, I just need 3 more. I usually just go for the corvettes last because they're so quick to build. The war goal remains turning the Hythian League into a subsidiary. And again, this is
Outlier identified.
not my best choice, but I'm committing to it now because this is a full-strength fleet, and I actually want to reclaim these systems as quickly as I can. So sensors are reporting a number of possible points of interest within the dense debris field of surrounding Lando. Okay, and sort of as suspected, they're not focusing on Siplem again. So we're basically gonna take this back. We're gonna burrow our way to reclaim our territory. I'm assuming that they're gonna be focusing on this fleet here, which works completely. That's totally fine for me. What I am going to do, though, we've been doing some bombing. We should be able to heal up at their base. So if I can inflict a if I can inflict a naval defeat on them.
Detritus analyzed.
So they're going to be getting a combination of about 5,000 5,000 strength. What I'm probably going to be able to do is, while I invade this world, this is going to be healed to full strength. I'll move these guys to defend the system. We'll actually intercept this flotilla. Oh, they're actually heading to Ayabal. Great. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll give them a nice little surprise here, because this is a choke point. There's really no benefit for me fighting at the station, because the station's so weak. These guys are going to... These guys are pretty much already at the destination. So we're going to be able to wipe out their 1K fleet, and then immediately after we'll engage their 4K fleet, and we've got twice the strength. So in this case, this is going to be a pretty straightforward, just wipe them off the table and call it a day kind of an engagement. You tried playing Stellaris a couple of days ago. You tried invaded a world and failed pretty badly. So what specifically happened to you, Hidden Citizen? What was it that went awry? Also, I've not had a chance to see Yuka do their thing. So let's watch my little maybe not exactly my baby amoeba anymore, but let's watch them in action. Oh, 42 years and 3 days. A closer scan of the debris field around Lando has led to the discovery of an airtight capsule containing an atomic clock that measures time with unparalleled precision. It has frequency uncertainty so low that it will be another 879 million years before it gains a single second, and it is counting down to a date 42 years and 3 days away. The capsule holds no clues as to what the state signifies, or who the owners are, but it seems as though someone out there has lost track of time. Keep an eye on it, or... It's about destroy it! Tick-tock, tick-tock. So let me just catch up. So we're 12 acceptance away. It's not a percentage, but... So it was your fleet killed their army, but you tried to land a military attack their ground forces on their home planet, and it didn't go so well. You were trying to turn them into a vassal. They destroyed your land military, but you were able to... Yeah. So the main advantage here... I mean, it's not like... It's... You know, this is kind of the British way of playing the game. You know, if you've got a navy that you can sort of muscle people around with, like, I know that I'm going to win this particular engagement. I bombed them for a little bit. I mean, it moved it from 50 to 44 strength. But the big thing here is that the total garrison strength is 94, and there's 2 people. So each of these are like 44 and 50. I don't think I can give you numbers on what the strength of an individual unit. Maybe I do. Yeah, it doesn't give like a numeric value that I was looking for. But basically, I have like about 600 army strength that's going to be landing on the world. So in this particular case, like sometimes you need to soften up a planet before you land an army, and sometimes you need to... sometimes you can just go crashing in. But I will say the game doesn't always do the best job of telling you when you need to do that, or when you know, when you can get away with a like the game maybe doesn't quite give you the knowledge that you should in terms of like how do you properly manage the army side, and it's kind of, you know, I'll be honest with you, like the land battles are really not the sort of thing that I get too excited about in the game.
Starbase under assault.
Okay, so this is basically what I was sort of expecting to have happen. We're focusing on the 1.4K right now. Oop. Okay, so we already said we knew what we were doing with domination. I'm going for workplace motivators. There are many ways to motivate those who perform menial labor to work harder, some based on incentives and some not. Resource output from workers and slaves are increased by 5%. So that's a little bit more focused on raw materials, but still doesn't hurt. Yeah, so I suppose the trick here, Hidden Citizen, is if you take a look at my capital, which is equity, well, equity is the capital system. So, like, in terms of just the default strength that I have, it's 285. Now, the fleets that you have, and obviously this depends on the fleet strength, but you have a few options. So there's like orbital bombardment. Right now it's selective, which means that it will very slowly damage armies in the planet. You can increase that to something like indiscriminate. This will do heavier damage. So this will go faster, but it will also potentially kill pops. With certain societies, you can actually do even stronger bombardment tactics. But basically, the idea here is that if you don't, like, I guess the best that I can say is that obviously not every engagement has to be throwing as many bodies at the problem as you can. In some other situations, it might make sense to have your big, strong navy support you. So if you are convinced that you can beat your opponent in space, which obviously I am, so perfect example here, right? If you're like in my case, I'm convinced that I can take them both in space and on land. But in this case here, because the combat width is 9, you know, my weakest army has 31 strength. Actually, I'm surprised that these guys are so weak comparatively. But anyways, like I have just such an overwhelming army that I'm not too worried about them being able to, you know, to defend against it. Whereas if this was a capital world, I think their capital is over, yeah, here. I'm not able to look at it, but like obviously I wouldn't just land my armies here. What I would do is I would say, okay, am I able to beat them in space? Well, yes, because their fleet power is pathetic compared to mine. So because I know that, and because I know that I'm the one who's I kind of get to determine the engagements. I'm deciding where I'm attacking. Here's a perfect example, right? I'm moving this fleet away to blow up their existing navies, and that's just going to be in service of the fact that I want to, one, clear the path for my ships, or my transport ships, and once I've cleared the path for my transport ships, I want to make sure that they're either able to take the goal right away, or that I soften up the target enough for them to be able to take the goal. But it really depends on the situation, Hidden Citizen, and I'll say, like, especially for games like this, the rules for how some of this combat work is not necessarily the most intuitive. So now here I'm just going to go and repair really quickly. This is because these guys are going to take a while to get where they need to go. Oh, looks like they decided that they want to claim this again. So I'm okay with that because, again, I've got my 6,900 strength fleet versus their 4,100k fleet. But I do want to make sure that I take this. I want to make sure I take this system before they try and do that. So, research agreement broken. We no longer see the benefit in sharing our technology with you. The research agreement between our empires is no more. They're mad because I'm allied to rivals. So be it. Paradise Dome. With the latest advances in architecture, landscaping, and holographic technology, we shall build the homes of the future. Well, if I thought that I needed more food, this would be really good. I actually am going to need the naval capacity, so even though foreign soil enrichment is a really good one, I'm going to go for interstellar logistics, and we will put Woolgam on the job because they do have a military specialization. I know this just because I'm going to be building a bunch of corvettes in a little bit. You're thinking about playing a game where you didn't have to fight anyone. You just got a bunch of people to like you and worked on your economy, but you don't quite understand diplomacy as far as how to get people to like you. You know, if you haven't visited it, Hidden Citizen, the Stellaris Wiki, I believe, actually has a guide on how to do some of that. Okay, that was actually a fairly decent little bit of score that we got towards occupation. So I know that these guys are not going to... These guys are not going to defend their homeworld, so I'm in good shape there. I'm going to heal up, and then we're going to head straight to Kebdaran. Basically, if they're not going to engage me in my position of strength, I'm going to make sure that they pay for it in terms of giving up planets. Now, these guys, I do want to make sure the main goal here. Let me just see. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 1, 2. I think my better call is to take... My better call is to take this system. Okay, well. If they're going to close down possibilities with me, that is their loss. Another thing that's worth mentioning too, Hidden Citizen, is some people are just never going to like you. So, for instance, the Plaksha Union, in one sense, I should be able to get along with because we're egalitarian and materialist. But when you take a look at why they don't like me, one, they're an oligarchy. So we're never gonna see eye to eye on that. So that's automatically a minus 50. Now I haven't helped things at all by closing the borders. But we are allied to a rival of theirs, so that's going to be a fairly big one. So then the question is, okay, well, do I want to give up, this alliance in order to make these guys happy? Well, the alliance is with the Biranthi Star Realm, and I don't know, like I just don't quite feel that they, I don't really feel like. These guys are reasonably strong, all told. I mean, they're weak compared to me. But then if I take a look at these guys, like their military isn't any more powerful. So it's, sometimes you want to make everybody like you, but it's not necessarily possible. So.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me.
Subject Dead, thank you very much for the follow. I'm just going to take a minute here and see if I can squeak out a couple more Corvettes. Great, so that brings me... my slush fleet is going to be at full strength now. Obviously it's going to take a while for all this to build, but I can start building some battleships when the time comes. Also, I can start working on these consumer goods factories. Again, the surplus of consumer goods is illusory, just because I did that monthly trade. All right, have a good one, Dr. Frankenbitter. So I should maybe mention that there's two reasons why I'm focusing on this area first. One, I want it repairing so that I can heal these ships right away. But number two, the faster it repairs, the better I'm going to have some support for when their big fleet comes to attack me. Again, the really important thing is because my production facilities are on equity, and then... oh crap, I don't even remember where the other one is. Oh yes, Helvam. So, like, neither of these are all that close to where my fleets currently are. So losing a ship isn't just like losing a ship in the sense of, oh, I've lost some alloys or something like that. It's, I've lost those alloys and I need to figure out how I'm going to get a replacement for it. Looks like... okay. I'm gonna heal this fleet first. I'm actually really tempted... I'm just gonna hang out here. I'm going to wait till they actually commit.
Competitive station engaged.
The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. We would like to extend... would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do you researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We will extend it. I already made notes of when all this stuff is expiring, but I'm good for the energy credits. I was kind of hoping I'd have some planets that I could convert, to be completely honest, and looks like I don't, unfortunately. Although there should be some... I seem to remember there were, like, some planets... Thing is, I just don't remember, like, there were some planets where I should be able to... There should have been some planets where I was able to convert them. I just don't know if they're inside of my, my borders or not. The only real drawback for me is I've got two minds about how this thing works. So, number one, they're moving to Balawar. They're eventually, basically, they want to move up to here. So there's two ways I can think about this. Actually, you know what? I've made my decision. I want to take out this space station. I was kind of hoping that they would commit here and then I just move in and inflict the defeat on them, but there's not a really good argument for me to like keep this. Like with a 10k fleet strength, I should be the one determining the engagements.
Research actualized.
So in this particular case here, even just softening this threat and then being able to turn around and invade this planet, again, two defense pods versus my entire transport fleet. Now, it's worth remembering that this assault flotilla can move pretty quickly to ruin my day, so I want to be careful about this. But I think I should be able to get in and out before anybody's able to do anything. Oh, that's good news. Establishing new standards for the modeling and construction of cruisers greatly improves the efficiency of the production pipeline. It's very tempting to go for the standardized battleship patterns because we're going to be building a lot of those. But it's also, it would be really great to have the fleets as strong as I can make. No, you know what? I hate to do this, but I am actually going to go for the battleship patterns. And this is because that's going to be my main production focus for my navy before too long. Okay, so basically they've, they've made their decisions. So one of the most important things, and this is kind of true of any game that you play that has a military element. If you're playing against someone who's playing to win, like, okay, so it's always nice to think that people will, make the decisions that you want them to, right? But this is not the way that you play to win games. Obviously, somebody who is trying to win a game will make the decisions that are best for them, not the ones that that suit you the best. So you can't necessarily win every battle. You can't necessarily decide where they commit their resources, but what you can decide to do, one of the biggest things that you can do, whether it's like Dota 2 or Stellaris or Unity of Command or, even a first-person shooter, is that if somebody commits to a decision, you make sure that they pay for the decision. So one of the things like in Dota 2 that would happen a lot is that, somebody goes and decides to farm or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you know that this person going off to farm, they're not really engaging in, in some of the team fights or something like that. So if you don't go and seek out as many team fights as you can while this person's trying to gain their advantage, what you're doing is you're giving them all of the benefits of farming, and where you should be pushing your advantage in terms of, okay, the enemy is not going to be able to operate as effectively as a team because this guy's off making their character stronger. Or, you can maybe say it's like, okay, well, they're going to avoid this 5-on-5 fight. Okay, well, then let's go and try and take down a tower. The idea here, it's a very similar idea here, which is said, okay, well, they've signaled to me that they want to take this territory back. Now, I can keep this fleet, waiting there for them to engage. Or I can maybe go and try and take this little extra spot and then move back down, which is what I ultimately decided to do. But because I originally moved this fleet to, prepare for a fight with these guys, seeing as they've now committed these guys to the north, I need to make sure that I don't give them what they were hoping for in the south here, which is not to make my advance. I say it's like, okay, did you just pull all of your troops out in the south? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to claim all this territory down here, and most importantly, I want to make sure that what I'm claiming will also include the only advantage that they've ever been able to gain in this war, which is to take these two systems from me. And once I reclaim these, I'm going to be able to do a few things. One, I could lower the defenses on Eunuch. Number two, I can make sure that my fleets are stationed. Ultimately, what I'll probably wind up doing is maybe move them all the way up to Balawar, and that way I've sort of unified this this western side. Obviously, we're getting close to the end of this engagement one way or the other, so it's probably a little optimistic for me to think that I'm moving forward on that. But basically, the biggest thing is, if they've signaled that they are moving everything to the north, I want to make sure that there's a consequence for that decision. If I just keep these fleets back here, and I mean, again, it's easy for me to say because I'm just so overwhelmingly strong compared to this empire. But basically, if this were an evenly matched battle, if they make a decision to go into one place, I need to make sure that whatever they are giving up is actually paid. Otherwise, they're not really giving that up. So the fact that they've decided not to defend this whole area down below here, if I don't move to capture as much of it as I possibly can, I'm justifying their decision to only engage me up in the north. And of course, this is great news for me here, right? Because they've only got about 4k strength. I've got a 10k strength fleet waiting to gobble them up. So, I could not be happier with that choice. But there's just kind of an example in terms of how I try to think of these things. So, the doorway, what can only be described as a dimensional portal, has been discovered in a remote location on Revorum. Weather prediction algorithms noticed a strange air current, which was eventually determined to be caused by a slight leakage of atmosphere into the portal. The rate of loss is far too small for it to make any difference to life on Revorum. But the very existence of this portal raises some disturbing questions, such as where does it lead to, and could something come through the portal from the other side? The worm? Intriguing. Okay, so looks like I've got some more tasks for my science ships to do. I think I'm gonna... Yucca is currently idle, so let's change that. Oh, no, actually let's not change that. I'm happy with where they are. But the science ship Endurus, let's send them to... Okay, well, we'll start by researching this project. Hey, yeah, we'll probe the dimensional portal. It's only 1 month. Now, I was at the limit as far as my minerals. I don't think there's any real benefits. So I can't upgrade any of these because I don't have the motes or the energy crystals. Don't have the planetary administration. That'll be coming in a little bit. Although I do actually need to build something here. This is going to be more of an industrial world, so... mineral purification plants. I mean, it'll give me one minor job, but... need to build another district for the amenities. Okram, I mean, they're okay for employment, so again, I'm looking for opportunities to dump some minerals, but most of these upgrades require population caps rather than any of these other things. Okay. I'm most interested in how quickly this gets resolved. And actually... so these guys are merging. They're merging with a special reaction flotilla, which I believe is these guys. So they might actually be coming into this system. But what I do want to do, because these two worlds are so close, I'm going to try and get my transport fleets where they need to be. I'm going to send these guys for healing, and that's just because I know that'll move them to this system here. And looks like I am a little late for what I wanted to do. So these guys are already in space. So I know I'm going to lose this, but I can absolutely live with that. If I can get these guys up to full strength and then hammer them, that's obviously better.
Future market survey complete.
And these guys don't seem to be moving, which makes me happy.
Find it.
So the nice thing here, of course, is the longer they delay, the faster it is for me to go and invade these
Special
planets.
project actualized.
Oh, they might actually be bypassing completely. Alright, this is interesting. The dimensional portal on Revorum seems to lead to a realm which is opposed to the sapient mind on a fundamental level. Any and all contact with material from this dimension causes intense suffering in the subject, which, if continued for more than a few minutes, leads to intense suicidal urges coupled with attempts to mutilate their sensory organs. Even simply studying data recorded in this strange dimension causes intense discomfort in the biological observer and cascading errors in computer systems. So, find a way to close the portal or study the portal. So this is unexpected. It looks like they kind of committed and then they just turned away and they decided that this would actually be the better call. This again is absolutely fantastic for me because they've havered on their choice. So what this means now, this guy is healing. I've gained 2 new planets for invasion. We've secured this sector, and if we want, we can actually make our stand in this system. So we've just essentially gained another 770 fleet strength to our already superior numbers.
Research
and all that they
actualized.
managed to do was to go into a new system which didn't actually gain them anything. So, particle lance. These heavy energy weapons fire focused particle beams that cause massive damage. The size of the emitter arrays limits their use to battleships and titans. This, by the way, is this is sort of a function of the the Apocalypse changes. So Apocalypse really made logistics a big deal in this game. I've kind of questioned a few of the decisions that the AI has made, but definitely the choice of switching targets so many times. It actually feels a lot like when I used to play I used to play sort of a wormhole species, which would
Potential
just go
market survey
leaping,
completed.
leaping across across space, causing the AI not to defend its territories.
Attempting to acquire planetary market.
I'm not sure if that's what's causing it though. Okay, so looks like these guys might be moving. Like I said, I want them to pay for whatever decisions they make. So in this case, I'm just going to make a move on their deeper territory. We'll see whether or not they're still. Nope. Looks like they. So my decision to move apparently inspired them to.
Planetary market secured.
So again, it's likely I'll lose this station, but I'm okay with them engaging and then suddenly getting a nasty little welcome from my fleet. We already succeeded in that, so let's land the armies again. Close to surrender. Unfortunately, I don't think taking them out here will help my cause at all. But I do want to watch this. It's been a while since we've done a slow motion engagement, so... Economy break. Well, that's a bummer. I probably should have planned this a little bit better. Trasgoth, did you pick this up on console or on PC? I've only played the PC version, but if you have any specific questions, I actually really like getting people into this game. My playthrough is a bit advanced here, so I might not be able to give you any practical examples of like getting started. But to maybe give you a little bit of a background for myself, like I started playing this game, or I started playing Paradox games with Crusader Kings 2. I actually taught myself that game on stream. So Stellaris was something where I had sort of a bit of a seasoning in terms of how games like this work. And while I think it's probably one of the best, sort of the best games for onboarding players, that's more a statement of the inadequacy of other Paradox games in terms of getting people into them rather than maybe this being the best suited. This is probably the best way I can put that. So yeah, if you do have if you have any specific questions, I can do my best to kind of give you some guidance. Or if you just want to watch, I'm always happy to have the concurrent viewer. But one thing I do try to do, I don't make any I have no pretense as to my quality of gameplay. Like, I know a lot of people don't necessarily like the way that I play this game, but I also think that I kind of feel like I'm able to give people a handhold on how they might want to think about certain things in the game. Okay, looks like we lost a Corvette, which is sad, but we can, I'll just add that to the queue and we'll get a replacement. Who else do we have? Do I automatically tomb world places now? No, why would I? Most eloquent sentence you've heard all week. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Twubble. And welcome, by the way. You have a blast, but half the time you don't know what you're doing. Well, you know, the funny thing is, I actually think that's one of the best ways to learn the game. I wonder if I'm going to be able to claim this. Nope, I don't need to, as it turns out. One of the, one of the ways that I really approached learning something like Crusader Kings 2 was, I kind of sat down and I said, okay, so what's the problem I'm running into here? You know, what do I want to do? What do I feel is, you know, is not happening? Or what do I feel should happen and hasn't for one reason or another? And this would lead me to either, I mean, half the time just mousing over something is like my, you know, is my saving method. But even things along the lines of like, oh, okay, I'll just go to, if you haven't used this, by the way, for anybody who's ever wanted help, like using the built-in wiki, this is just stellariswiki.com. There's a lot of really good information there, and if you think something's wrong, like, you can change it. So even if you're like, well, the wiki is useless, I'm like, well, then, you know, help out, update articles that you think are wrong. But yeah, there's actually quite a bit that will allow you to learn how to play the game, but I think sometimes the matter is just knowing sort of what questions to ask, or finding the right way to sort of look at things or think about things. Just a quick word, because I know some of you have been following this battle for a while. Essentially, all that I've done here is plotted out a path to reclaim these two systems, and then on my way back, I'll just kind of get these two little pockets. And as a nice little bonus, what I'm going to do is once I take these, I'm going to go out and around to take Ilfon. I don't have to do it this way, but it just happens to sort of maximize the coverage. And again, we're so close to being able to close this thing, right? We're just 4 war score away. You usually get to a point where your admin sucks and you end up with a deficit. So are you talking about like the Empire Sprawl? Because I'm having this problem. This is the first time I played a Megacorp. So one of the ways that I've gotten over that is I've just accepted the penalties from the Empire Sprawl, and what I've done is I've just made sure that I'm really micromanaging in terms of like how my systems work. So like if you take a look on my main sector, like this is just a research world. To give you an idea of how much I've specialized in terms of my research, I'm generating 1,100 physics research a month. 914 of that is through jobs. And of that 914, 544 is being generated on my capital planet, like alone. So now obviously if I lose my capital, I've got bigger problems anyway. But that sort of gives you a bit of an idea in terms of how I've tried to overcome the fact that with my administration being what it is, I have an 80% penalty to technology costs. But because I've said is like, okay, well, I am embracing that and I'm making sure that any expansions that I make, they're going to at least pay for the penalties that I get. I'm still not more powerful than the fallen empires, but everybody else, I've left them in the dust as far as science is concerned. So one of the things that the administrative cap hopefully does for you is it just forces you to focus a little bit more in terms of playing to your strengths. So another example here would be a system like Python. And Python, you'll notice, is just full of consumer goods factories and alloy factories. So this allows me to build a Ministry of Production, and the Ministry of Production is going to give a 15% bonus to metallurgists and artisans, which means that out of the, those buildings that are being used, they're getting a nice little bonus towards their ability to produce the goods that they're good at. So. But yeah, I guess the biggest thing that I should say too is that, like, for me, the way that I dealt with, the administrative issue was just to make sure that, sorry, I paused for a reason. I wanted to deal with the influence. Essentially, what I did was I just made sure that for the administrative cap that it was not a hard limit. So, like in your particular case, if you say, well, you know, the administrative cap sucks because now I'm not making enough money, then the answer is like, okay, so where is energy not being efficiently used in terms of my empire? And like one of the ways that I would diagnose that myself is I'd take a look and I'm like, okay, so my base is apparently negative 80. I'm generating a bunch through trade. I'm generating a bunch through stations, branch offices and whatnot. Where's my largest cost? Well, monthly trades, but that's, or no, sorry, star bases. So, you know, star bases might be, okay, can I close down some of these defensive platforms? For instance, I've said that in terms of this war, Unix not going to be as big of a defensive position anymore. I was going to close these down. Now, the thing is that I might have another war with these guys later, so I don't want to take down the one defensive platform that I've got for them. But, you know, Starbase is one. Are there maybe some sectors that are not pulling their weight as far as resources? So, you know, 3 minerals, 3 physics research. Do I really need that? Can I close it off? In this case, I'm going to say no, but, you know, it's a decent example. Another alternative might be, okay, well, you know, I seem to be spending a lot on my fleets, and I'm already sort of a hyperpower, so maybe I don't need this huge fleet, or at the very least, if I do have this huge fleet, they should be going out and generating income for me. Like, who can I turn into some servant of some kind? That's another way that you can sort of think about that stuff. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. I just want to take a minute to upgrade some of these. I don't think I can do that because I don't have the exotic gases. That's a shame. You're playing a Devouring Swarm, yeah. So you don't even need to worry about diplomacy if you're playing that, or Fanatical Purifiers would be the other option if you want to. Excuse me, if you want to go for something exotic. Okay, I think we've painted the Abba Star Dynasty Rhizome green, so let's open. I don't even really care about the gains at this point. I'm just going to establish branch offices as sort of a dump for influence. Although again, if I do a systematic way of opening these offices, it'll make sure that it'll make sure that I don't need to redo the pattern. Wrong planet. Oh, they're colonizing, so. So, like, there's no reason for me to do that. It's quite literally the lowest possible value I could have gotten, but it helps me eat up some of my influence. Anyways, what we're saying, your admin cap is 90, your Sparl is 316. That doesn't include the fact that you vassalize 3 other empires. Most players ignore the admin cap. Smart players try to expand efficiently. They still don't consider it a hard cap. Only people playing Megacorps or for very specific reasons actually stick to the cap. I mean, in my case, I went over the cap out of ignorance originally. But in this particular case here, like, once I ran into that, I just sort of said, is like, okay, well, now I just need to make sure that I'm getting more than I'm putting in. So, for instance, I do actually have expansion plans, but I'm now going to need to say, it's like, okay, because there's sort of this rising cost of me expanding out, the most fundamental version of this question could be, do I go south? Do I go west? Do I go north? Well, if I look at my immediate opportunities, right, I've got the crystals and volatile motes here, so that's going to mean more. That's going to mean more to alloys and more consumer goods. If I go a little bit further, sure, there's more crystals and Cordip, but like that's a bit far away. And then volatile motes, but again, like that's really far away. So it's like, well, what happens if I go west? Well, exotic gases, and exotic gases give me more research, so that's always a big one for me. Although again, I've kind of gotten kind of gotten it there. So this is sort of the smallest distance that I can go. The cost as far as expansion is not that high for this particular area, but the rewards are a little bit smaller, right? In this case, I just get the 1 exotic gases and I'll be able to upgrade another research facility. What happens if I go south? One of the most important things is that unlike the west and unlike the north, I don't have any potential rivals as far as... right, these are Stagnant Ascent. I couldn't remember if these guys were the Ascendancy or not. You know, I don't need to worry so much about a race with these guys. Going south, I know I've already locked this up just because of the way that the paths work. Unless the Vunokon Shard decide to expand out, and if they are expanding out, I've got bigger problems. I can pick this essentially whenever I want. Again, accepting the possibility of somebody using like a gateway or a wormhole or something like that, but... so, you know, again, what are my benefits here? Well, as far as kind of rare material, or as far as like materials are concerned, it's really only the living metal, and it's one of the furthest away that I've got. But the thing is, I already have living metal that I'm not using at the moment. So in these particular situations, I'm like, well, you know, South has a lot of really cool stuff, and I'd really like to get some of these gateways and L-gates and things like that, but it's really hard for me to say that this is the most important expansion that I could be doing. So I say, okay, if I'm going to be experiencing a cost in terms of like more penalties to research or traditions or something like that, I'm probably going to get the most by moving up here. It also just kind of lends itself to some natural segmentation, right? So we maybe take our first 3 colonies to just get this nice little choke point, then we fill in the rest just to claim the crystals in the second planet and whatnot. And then it's like, okay, well, where do I go next? Well, if I want more crystals, maybe I'll move up to Cardip. So we go to Rhizor, and we make sure that we take the crystals. Of course, if we're taking Rhizor, probably we want to take Asgard so that we can get the volatile modes. And that sort of thing. Like, I'm able to sort of measure in these incremental gains, okay, I'm paying in the form of extra tradition and, you know, maintenance costs and whatnot, but in exchange, I'm gaining these really important strategic resources that I don't want to spend money to gain. So that's, at least for me, the way that I've wound up thinking about this. But obviously that also kind of assumes a certain amount of knowledge on some of these other topics.
Future
like,
market
if you
survey
don't really
complete.
know what the crystals are going to get you, maybe it's not so important that you're able to say, ah, well, this is the reason why I picked up this thing. And then, you know, the other big thing, too, is that I've always found whenever I'm learning a game like this, like, I didn't really need to do this for Stellaris, but when I was learning Europa Universalis, because I actually had a really hard time getting into that game originally. I love playing on Iron Man mode, but I actually, in Europa Universalis, I played it on... Excuse me. I played it on normal mode for a really long time, and that was just because whenever I made what I thought was an important decision, I would... Oh, this is interesting. So they are... Ah, okay, so they've decided that they want to go for this spot, which, totally fine. I'm going to make them pay, though. And go straight to the heart. This may not be the smartest decision for me to make, but I'm pretty sure they're already moving. Oh no, they're moving to. So I mean, I need to admit, like,
Research actualized.
if I'm gonna go for this, this is gonna be the strongest possible place where they can try and take me on. It might make sense for me to try and take Balawar, actually. What kind of defenses do they have? 1.3k? Well, it might make sense for me to do that, but then they'd have a big fleet ready to come and take back their systems. So I think in this case what I'm going to do is I'm going to be a little bit of a coward and go and take Nixonel first. It's just a cheap little pickup I can get. Amateurs talk about tactics, professionals study logistics. By ensuring our fleets are regularly and efficiently supplied, we can increase the number of vessels we can effectively support. So that's good news there. That'll make sure I don't run into the cap when I when I build those Corvettes. In this case, I think I'm just going to do the cheaper stuff. So let's say food processing centers first. Not that I need the extra food. But yeah, so the big thing is like whenever I played, so the thing is that whenever I would play Iron Man, like on a game that I was learning, I would have a big decision to make, and then it would be, okay, well that didn't turn out, and maybe I'd lose the game, or maybe it would just kind of push me off the, it would sort of like push me off the, off the path that I was on. But the drawback about Iron Man, of course, is that you never get to load up the old save and say, okay, if I'd done something differently, what would have happened? And the real shame about that is, you create the cost of learning, especially like mid-game and end-game stuff. The cost becomes very high. Like if you invest, 30 hours into a game and then you make one decision that sort of unravels everything, you're going to feel like you just got kicked in the nuts. So now the drawback, of course, is you don't get achievements and, in the standard mode and whatnot. But I figure achievements are a pretty small price to pay. This is a really interesting choice they're making here, by the way. So they're trying to take Auzea by going the long route. I would normally like to sort of take them head on, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, it's like, okay, you can try that. I'm going to take Eshpaiso first, because I believe I can get there faster. If I can take out that platform, I can move the army up. Now, it's possible that I lose the station in here. That's not great, but I'll still have the planets, and of course I have a new place for my transport ships to go to. So it's kind of an economy of movement here. But True Asgoth said, did you get... So I've gotten megastructures, like, in terms of my borders, but I haven't built any yet, just because I don't have that level of technology. So in this case, we've got the Strategic Coordination Center. We also have the Interstellar Assembly. And then we went on the, oh crap, what was it called? The Cybrix path. Oop, this is not it. So we also have a free ring world when the time comes. But again, I still don't have the tech to be able to build them up yet, so... I don't think playing on Iron Man is a bad decision generally. I think Iron Man is actually a really great way to play the game in general. But if you are learning the game, it's the first thing I would recommend turning off. It's more of a context thing. But as far as the game is concerned, like, I mean, so the way that Cultist Simulator, like the Weather Factory talks about this, and they say they've got two types of players. They've got winter players and they've got hard players. Winter players want things to be as hard as possible, and they really enjoy it. So they're the sort of people who play like XCOM on the hardest difficulty, and just enjoy kind of getting, overcoming that really challenging experience, because sort of the overcoming is the satisfaction out of it. But then there are heart players, and it's an equally legitimate way of playing a game, who, want an experience where it doesn't sort of feel like everything's on the line every time that they play. I hope these guys get out of here on time. Yes. So again, this is a debatable choice that I'm making here, because I'm almost certainly going to miss Auzea. Or Auzea. But again, I'll have the planets, and this should allow me to acquire yet another one. So we take this, then we double back, and we take this out. But yeah, like in general, I would say in the case of, like, because in Stellaris and in Europa Universalis and Crusader Kings, it's very rare that one failure will like cost you the whole game. It's actually, in my opinion, a lot more interesting to have sort of this up and down traditional story of like, I did this and then I did this, and you know, things turned their
Research
darkest, and then I
actualized.
was able to turn it around. Like, that really makes for fun after action reports and all of that. And the fact of the matter is, if you can reload the game, you almost always reload from your failures. But again, if you're going to learn the game, it's just that you're imposing a cost on yourself of you know, you're essentially saying, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get to the mid game and I've never seen the mid game before. So then something's going to happen and I'm never going to be able to find out the alternative until I spend all the time getting to the mid game again. And in that particular case, I think Iron Man can work against you. So they should turn some of the achievements on for non-Iron Man. It's a tricky one, True Asgoth. I think one of the reasons they do it in Iron Man is because it's really easy to sort of, like, it seems like a lot of these achievements, it would be fairly straightforward to just take a save file, like where you're really dominant, and then just reload each time to get a different particular achievement. But you're right, like one of the main... So here's the thing, like when I did... The reason I started playing Iron Man mode, it was Crusader Kings, and it was because I realized that I would not be able to get achievements otherwise. And I'll be completely honest with you, I probably wouldn't have turned on Iron Man mode without that push. So it's one of these cases where I sort of accept that I needed to like, you know, take my medicine. I needed to turn on that Iron Man mode before I before I did that. And in this case, I know I wouldn't have actually done it without that encouragement. So, but everybody's different, right? That's the one challenge. When you make a decision like that, you know that some of the player base is immediately going to be alienated by that. And it's a shame, but I'm, you know, obviously Paradox gives me keys. So, you know, yeah, I suppose I'm naturally inclined to agree with their decisions, but in this particular one, I think it's the right call just because the alternative creates too many situations where people don't get to engage with the game in quite the way that I think is the most rewarding. But honestly, like, here's the thing. Achievements will be here forever. If you really love Stellaris, like, so if you want to get the achievements for Stellaris, it means that you are engaged enough in the game to learn it. And there's a reason I have hundreds of hours inside of this game. So I think, honestly, spending that bit of time on yourself and developing your capabilities with the game in a non-Iron Man mode just means that down the road, you're going to have that much more fun hunting achievements. And then eventually you're going to get to the point where you're like, well, where's the next DLC? Like, I want to get the next batch of achievements. So I'm not at that point, but I mean, I just normally do this on stream. So, but again, it's like, it's not like, this is less of doing an apology for Paradox. It's more just sort of talking about how I went from like, what the hell is Crusader Kings to like, oh yeah, I want to play on Iron Man and I want to play like the smallest count surrounded by enemies. And like, there's definitely, I think most of the decisions that are made in this game are generally decisions made to try and turn people into people who play like hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours in the games. And I think there's a reason why games like Crusader Kings 2 and that have like 5 years and no signs of stopping in terms of updates. So there's really no reason to lock achievements behind Iron Man. There's literally a plain text file that has all of the achievement requirements in it. You can get all of the achievements at once with no effort if you're a glide. Yeah, so I don't know about that. That would be the first that I heard. So yeah, if you can automatically get the achievements, just by typing in something, then fair enough. It's clearly not to prevent people from doing it. But I will say 100%, like, from my own individual experience, I would not have turned on Iron Man without having the achievements locked behind it. And I am very glad that I enabled Iron Man for the game. So as far as a way, like, I just fundamentally disagree with people saying there's no reason to lock things behind. Like, it gave me an incentive to turn on a way of playing the game that has been very rewarding for me, and I know I would not have played otherwise. Now, clearly I do not think I am the last word on that. I can only speak to my own experience. But it's just, in the end, like, if somebody makes an absolute statement, it is sort of sufficient for me to explain my anecdote because, there is now a reason. It may not be a reason that you find compelling, but it certainly is a reason. And I'm willing to guess that there's probably more than a few people who have turned on Iron Man specifically to be able to get the achievements. And there's going to be a set of those people who don't like Iron Man. But I do feel that it is largely a rewarding way of playing the game, because ultimately there are too many incentives for players to keep re-rolling when things don't go their way. And a lot of the satisfaction that comes from grand strategy games is in fact from the fact that there's a tug of war rather than just a constant blobbing out. And that's the biggest one for me, is that Civilization ran into this problem. I know I'm sort of monologuing here, but this is a good one. If you hear Sid Meier talk about Civilization on their own, or at the beginning, you feel like you get your money out of Paradox games if you play it. Absolutely, Subject. I mean, this is the thing, right? We're kind of in an age where it's easy to add stuff to a Steam library or whatever. I guess this is on GOG now. There's like GOG, and then there's the Paradox launcher. So it's easy to add stuff to a library, but whether or not you actually play it, there's another matter. Like even Hearts of Iron 4, which I don't understand that well, has over 100 hours of play for me. But if you guys listen to Sid Meier talking about sort of his original conception of Civilization, he sort of talked about how he wanted this game where you would sort of have these peaks and valleys of like golden ages and dark ages. You'd kind of go up and down. Oh, thank you, K5RT. I'll probably be wrapping up pretty soon anyway, but thank you for that. But yeah, like basically you'd have these peaks and valleys, and it'll always seem like you're just on the verge of losing, and then you'd come back even stronger than before, and so on and so forth. And they play tested it, and it completely did not work. And the reason it didn't work is that as soon as people started sort of having the negative things happen, once they started reaching the dark ages, they stopped playing the game. They would just load up a new save. The reason they added seeds in the game was because when people would lose a particular battle, they would save scum. They would reload the save file. And so if you have a seed, then the random numbers are always going to be there. Although you can game that, right? What you just do is you engage some other random event, and then you get another pull from the distribution, because the order has been perturbed. But basically a lot of the decisions that were made in the early Civilization games were actually ones that were designed to make people like you and I not be able to ruin the game. You'll notice, by the way, that a lot of these features are getting added back into the Civilization series. So like Golden Ages were part of Civ 4, and in this case it was a purely positive thing, and essentially the Dark Ages were implied by you not having a Golden Age, is sort of the idea here. Now the game is explicitly modeled, Golden Ages and Dark Ages, but I have not played a lot of Civ 6 compared to the other one, so I don't want to speak with authority on it. Natural disasters was another thing, and again, those used to be in the early versions of Civilization. They were removed because people are like, well, the game just thinks that I'm getting too powerful, so it just made this volcano that screwed me. And so, in this particular case here, the reason I feel really strongly about the Iron Man choice is that, especially hearing those anecdotes, but also knowing my own personal psychology about how I engage with these games and how I've made different decisions in these particular games, I know that Iron Man is something that has brought me a greater enjoyment than the pain that I felt from losing a particular game. And part of that is because, at least in my own opinion and my own playstyle of the game, I've never really felt that there's one moment which caused me to just completely have everything fall apart. Like if I lose a county in Crusader Kings, my bloodline is still there, so I'm going to be able to come back and get my revenge. If I suffer some defeats, even if a coalition comes up in Europa Universalis 4 and my grand empire is completely broken apart, well, there's still a couple hundred years of history to go. You'll have bad rulers, you'll have positive rulers, or you'll have strong rulers, and you'll have ones who kind of oversee this decline. But because, I think stories are really effective when they have sort of their peaks and valleys, the Paradox games are one of the few games that I actually think are able to do that in a really compelling way. and allowing yourself to reload the game cuts you out from that experience. So, but again, like, I obviously can only speak to my own experience. I know there's a lot of people in chat who've said that they just don't like Iron Man mode, and it's like, fair enough, you know. But then the other thing I'd say, it's like, honestly, like, are you all really playing the game for the achievements? Is that what it's for? Like, if it is really just about the gameplay, then, you know, can't be that bad that you don't get the achievements. I don't know, but that's, you know, this is my own view on it. I realize I am almost certainly in the minority in chat on this at the moment. Okay, extremely high yield disruptors that fire quantum energy charges, causing incredible damage to those unfortunate enough to get in their way. You did it on XCOM. Okay, I like you, True Asgoth. That is like, I mean, I'll admit, I find Iron Man XCOM kind of at the edge of what I'm willing to tolerate, because XCOM will just throw some absolute nonsense your way. But yeah, you're like, and this is the big thing, right? Like, I could sit down and say how Iron Man should never be implemented in XCOM because it's just too random. But like, deep down, I know if I were to play like 10 games of normal XCOM and 10 games of like Iron Man, I would 100% be telling the stories about the Iron Man game. Like, there's absolutely no question about that.
Upscaling complete.
You can't say you won though. Yeah, well, that's like, this is just the big thing. I would love, above all, and this goes from like whether it's backseating or, you know, just some dynamics in Twitch chat. Overall, I think gaming would be a lot better if we sort of got over this idea that games are only fun if you win. Alternatively, games are only fun if they're played well.
Research actualized.
Most of the people I know who work in game development would not consider them, self-described, are not good at games. But boy, they can tell me a lot about games. And I just think, like, this kind of comes back to, so I don't know how many of you guys are like familiar with classics and that. I always kind of assume that the Paradox audience is usually a little bit more well-read than others. But like, this comes back to Aristotle's Poetics, right? Like, when you go and watch a play, why in heaven's name are you going and volunteering to have, you know, negative emotions? What is wrong with you people? And, you know, there's an entire sort of literary theory around, you know, emotions of pity and fear and what have you. And, you know, maybe if you don't like the, you know, like, the Poetics isn't necessarily the last word on that experience or that, but like, clearly there's a lot of entertainment that we consume that is not necessarily concerned with just being, you know, unambiguously good, right? What's the one thing that anybody who wants to try and like thumb their noses at the artistic merits of games, like, well, there's never going to be a game that makes anyone cry. It's like, well, maybe that's not the standard. But that's an interesting revelation, right? We read books that frighten us. We watch movies that make us feel sad. You know, there's a lot of... We look at art that makes us uncomfortable. And so, in the case of games, I think that's true as well. I think that there are games which will sometimes... You know, if a game is too easy, we get frustrated and get rid of it because there's no challenge. If a game's too hard, then we feel like we can't overcome anything, we can't make any progress, and we turn that off as well. So in this particular case, like, I kind of like being able to make mistakes and things, and I kind of like it when things don't go well, because it allows me to think on my feet, and Paradox games are obviously so diverse in terms of what you can do in them. that trying to, like, if you get yourself just lost enough that you know all is not lost, but you're actually going to have to work really hard to get around it. So even something simple like this, which is, I didn't quite expect them to go around the corner like that. Well, you know what? I'm going to commit on taking out Ashipso, and then we'll see what we can do to save this. Like, that's a decision that I've made. I'm sure there's probably another way I could have worked this around which wouldn't result in me losing this area. But, you know, I've made my choice and I've kind of committed to it. So, and again, it's a preference thing, right? Like, some people just don't like sad movies. Some people don't like art movies. And sometimes they really just want something that will provide that escapism. But I definitely think that because grand strategy games are just such a huge canvas to write an experience on, that they are kind of best played. And again, in my own view, I find them most satisfying to play on Iron Man because they lock me into my good and my bad decisions, and being able to talk about those peaks and valleys to me is more rewarding. You know, another example of like the extreme on this end would be Darkest Dungeon, which always locks you into those decisions. And then sort of the softer end of this would be probably Civilization at this point now lets you turn off the random seeds. So anyways, Kea says, you feel like Iron Man is bad for discouraging new players by denying them achievements. You also feel like it's not that big of a deal for established players, but conversely, denying achievements to everyone who uses mods is very nasty. I don't think that's true. I believe there's a subset of mods that are disabled, but I think if you do just purely cosmetic changes, you're good to go. I've definitely played I've definitely played games with mods enabled that have still qualified for achievements. But I see what you're saying. Like, absolutely, because so much of the game experience of Paradox games is the fact that the community adds cool new things to the game. It does feel like a bit of a kick of the balls to want to play the game the way that you prefer, and then being told, no, you can't get a certain other aspect of the experience because we think it diminishes the value of achievements. Again, the important thing here is, like, this isn't an apologia for Paradox's Iron Man policies. It's more so my own experience of it. Most modern AAA games are there to tell a story. Yeah, well, I mean, it also kind of depends on the particular type of story. But I sometimes think that in modern AAA games, a lot of the story is sort of relegated to these cutscenes where you're not really making the interesting choices. But again, like, I'm obviously, as with other parts of the conversation, I try not to paint with too broad of a brush. I need specific examples on it. So, new crypto preservation and protein resequencing methods will make food processing much more efficient. Okay. Again, I think I'm just going to follow this path of doing things as taking the path of least resistance as far as the technology is concerned. I'm going to have to wrap this up pretty soon, but I would really like... I'm pretty sure if we can take that last planet, we should be able to enforce the war demands, so we'll do that. Apparently, I still have not found enough ways to spend my minerals, so... again, we'll just take a quick minute here and see what I can do. I don't want to upgrade any of these because they cost resources that I don't have. This is one of my industrial worlds, so I should... Oh boy. I feel like consumer goods is really the last thing I can go for. I don't think there's any other good options I have here. Maybe a holo theater because it does give, like, amenities. But then so would housing. I'm actually going to need some housing anyway. No, I'm... Well... I'm already going to be able to upgrade this so much. Do I double down on my... Also, why the hell did I build luxury residences here? Yeah, I'll do the civilian industries because this will be the industry equivalent of my home system. I should have built that corporate culture site ages ago. Don't have Ministry of Production yet because we haven't done this upgrade, so I'm just going to live with that on Halvam. They do have the culture site, so... But I need to make a decision on what I'm doing here. I think we'll set them up with civilian industries as well. Okay, so this is my generator world, and apparently we're tapped out on workers, so we need at least one more. We need at least one more job available for people. Also, we're getting low on amenities, so we'll build a couple more city districts. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing with this world. We'll upgrade this building and we'll kick the can down the road. I kind of feel like if the rest of these are industrial worlds, then this will be an industrial world, but we'll see. I mean, obviously I'm setting it up as for Yogrilla. It's actually, you know what? If we're focusing on energy on these other planets, this one may not be a bad one to do that investment as well. Again, it's pretty easy to do that upgrade. I have a feeling like I'm going to be generating a ridiculous surplus of energy which I'm not actually going to wind up using. So I should think a little more carefully about how I'm doing this stuff. Another robot manufacturing wouldn't hurt, actually, but in this case, again, I'm just kicking the can down the road and building, I'll just build some more housing, because I always underinvest in that, and it always comes back to bite me at the worst possible time. Okay. Now we'll actually get to the end of this war. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. One last thing I want to double check. Okay, we are taking this back. I'm actually really curious what happens. I wonder if this is enough to push it over the... No, this can't be enough to push it over the edge. Oh, interesting. Okay, they're coming back for what's theirs. That's fine. Because I know we're going to head straight back here. We'll get Yucca to meet us on the way. Still -1, so what's likely going to happen here is we're going to give back a bit of that war score. Probably not through this, but almost certainly through losing this.
Upscaling complete.
We should get that back pretty
Combat
quickly.
detritus reprocessed for
Okay.
a cleaner galaxy.
Great news. That probably means that I've got some science ships that need to go running around. I think Auto Explore at this point probably makes the most sense. One nice little thing whenever you click on a science ship, it'll sort of give you an overview of things you can do. So for instance, if I want to research the tree, and it's context dependent, so if you've got a science ship enabled, it will show you things that science ships can do. I'll also show you the other anomalies if for some reason you don't like using this menu in the log. But as soon as I don't have my science ship picked, so let's go for the construction ship, notice that like the anomaly and the tree and all of that are gone. So it's a nice little, like, this is always a nice little sanity check in my opinion, because I have, like, even if I just completely... Oh, actually, sorry, that gets rid of the parts of the UI that I want. Let's maybe close, or I don't have an easy way of getting rid of the out... Oh, there we go. So, you know, let's just say, okay, in the immediate area, like what I can fill the screen with right now, is there something I want to do with this science ship? You know, chances are I do not want to put it anywhere remotely close to these enemy ships. This one, not so big of a problem, but clearly I'm not going to like go in the middle and, you know, move my science ship to the capital world or something like that. But if there's something really obvious, like, oh, hey, here's some, you know, here's some debris that I need to analyze or something like that, that's just a nice little check on how I'm
Research actualized.
on sort of some of the decisions I'm making. In this particular case, though, I just want the AI to take over the investigations. There's not really a lot for me to do right now. I've looked at the wormholes that I want to go through, and the next little while is just going to be mopping up the bad guys and focusing more on our internal matters, like making sure everybody has jobs and we're making enough weapons of war and such. Is the purple line the wormhole connection? That's exactly what that is, true Asgoth. Sorry, just 1 second here. Standard battleship patterns. Establishing new standards for how we design and construct massive battleships greatly improves the speed at which they can be assembled. So what I'll likely wind up doing here is just buying a dump truck of alloys and building my battleships that way. But I want to make sure that they're ready to go, because obviously my shipyards are already still digesting all of the orders that I put in, and it would be nice if I could get my battleships online as quickly as I can. Okay. At some point I'm also going to need to consider getting more star bases, but I don't have to worry about that for a while. Destroyer hull points is not the worst idea in the world, because obviously I've been a lot more timid in some of my movement because of the survivability of my ships. So yes, we'll go for that. But yeah, so there's a couple ways that you can figure it out. So it'll actually tell you outright where the wormhole goes, and you can click on it.
Seizure of planetary asset.
It'll actually show you the system. The other way of looking at it, of course, it's like, well, you know, that's all well and good, but I kind of want to know the route that the ship is taking. Like, obviously, if they were to go through this territory, I'd be pretty upset. So in this particular case, the last thing you want is to have a yellow line go to a system, and then, you know, oh, surprise, you need to figure out which one of these little dots it's showing to. So in this particular case, I believe it's still a purple line, even if it's like a gate. But in this particular case here, you can see, even if I didn't want to see the path, I can just click on the wormhole itself. It'll automatically move you. But clearly, like, the only context I can think of for wanting that information would be when you're, you know, we might actually be coming in to save the day in the last minute. That would be particularly cool. But yeah, like, obviously, I can't really think of a lot of situations where I want anything other than a visual representation of where that's going. So, okay, this is gonna be a real nasty thing to do. They might actually reject it because it's only the 1 point they're about to win. But in this case, we'll do achieve the war goal, because that last we enforce our war goal demands and seize all eligible claims. So send the offer. I don't know. I mean, they're just on the verge of winning this thing, so we might wind up giving up the score. There we go. Our vassal, the United Hythian League, has entered in a war against the United Scythian League. The United Hythian League has left the war due to being vassalized or annexed by Rhizome Capital. You may have shown your military power superior, but don't mistake this for an intellectual victory. This guy should be wearing a fedora. The best possible outcome. We've won the war. Attackers affects United Hythian League. United Hythian League becomes a subsidiary under Rhizome Capital. Alright, so obviously it doesn't matter. Now, of course, we need to get the hell out of their territory. So we'll send these guys back to Equity. Things are a little different from the last time they were here. This, by the way, imagine, for those of you who are here from the very beginning, imagine what this must be like. You know, you've gone to war for however long. You come back, your sun is now a black hole, and everybody's living on tomb worlds. We're also going to send this back to the shipyard. Eventually, I'm going to be upgrading all of this to. Actually, you know what? We might as well use Halvam as sort of our secondary base. And then the slush, I'll just move the slush fleet to, or the rest of the slush fleet to Halvam as well. So the reason I'm doing this is that when I start building the battleships for these fleets, I can build them in parallel. So battleship here, I'll get 2 fleets online when they need to be. This also makes me think that I've built all my corvettes, so if I have, I need to take one out, and yep, I did. So this one's just going to stay on the capital. Excuse me. The war was a sort of bet between the two empires. Yeah, it was just one big chess game. If I lose, I join you. So the funny thing about this one, True Asgoth, was these guys used to be my first ally, and they wanted to declare war on these guys a lot. So they kept insisting. It's like, hey, can we invade these guys? Can we invade these guys? Can we invade these guys? I kept saying no. And so their attitude kept going down. You'll still see that I'm like minus 315 because of declined war. So not only did they like break the alliance with me, but the people that they were so insistent on invading, they actually wound up allying with them at the last possible minute to try and save themselves. It obviously didn't work, but this is a particularly funny one. The only reason that we fought these people is because they were so insistent about invading these guys. And once the alliance broke down, I'm like, okay, well, if you want, you know, we don't really feel that obligated to do anything other than invite you to be a part of the Rhizome Capital family. You know, they obviously saw the wisdom of their ways, and they are now a subsidiary. So, yeah, they're exactly the annoying kid in the car. But yeah, that turned out roughly as expected. I mean, as it turns out, my whole decision about like leaving Starmag for the end was a dumb idea, like in the grand scheme of things. Like I probably should have just taken that, and then the invasion fleets would have been available, or the armies would have been available for taking these 3 systems right away. Because obviously a great path for that, like we take Starmag, you know, we work our way through here, we go through the Kelvin Maelstrom, the Eye of Baal, we take these. Basically, I would sort of say take Adib, take these areas, take Balawar. So essentially we do what we already did. And then that just sets me up for a really natural capture. What I'd probably do is I'd actually take the capital system first, keep one fleet there to bombard the capital world, send the other fleet to take out Ava Gimar, or however you pronounce that. And then we'd sort of we'd kind of double back, and then the freshly softened capital world would be turned into the main invasion focus. But now, one thing I am curious about for subsidiaries, we had to close down all of our offices. So I'm curious if we're now... Oh, this is so good. This is exactly what I was hoping. So obviously we had to destroy all that infrastructure. But we're able to sort of redo our whole corporate empire. So before we finish for tonight, I'm just going to open as many branch offices as I can. I may not be able to do it on all of them just because we are a little low on influence. But at this point, I'm gonna take the opportunity to expand as aggressively as I can. And part of that actually is not even so much to do with the info. Like, obviously I'm kind of low on influence right now. But a big part of this is just being able to make the early investment into getting that those energy credits, because the energy credits are going to be how I can buy up all those rare materials and such. By the way, I don't recommend this. Like, this is a really small amount to spend so much influence and energy on, and obviously my sprawl is going to be causing something. So 28 branch offices is costing me 42. There are clearly so many of these, like Flav and Siva, 5.2, not getting me any, any of these virtual entertainment things. 16 pops, so this is going to be like 9 pops until it's useful to me. The even more egregious examples would be, I don't think I have the 0.1 anymore. Okay, well, this is a good example. Like, the population is 2. This is going to take forever to become something that pays for itself. But I have it, and it's a nice little dump for my influence, and yeah, I can make decisions on that later. But yeah, we got what we wanted. So what are we going to do next week is the big question, because I'm already an hour over the intended duration. So it's going to be kind of expensive. But I've got battleships that I can build. Now these things are going to cost a lot of exotic gases, but I have a pretty big stockpile of just about everything. Oh, I also have surplus volatile motes. Well, that's great news. Okay, they don't have a planetary capital. How many extra do I have? Okay. We'll save that for later. Excuse me, guys. So, part of this is going to be redesigning my fleets. The way it should be working at the moment, these guys should have 8. So 80 used to be my old fleet cap. They're 79 because I lost 1 Corvette, but that replacement Corvette is awaiting them in equity. So at the moment, I've got a spare 30 of sort of fleet capacity to work with. Now, one, completely understandable path I might want to take is like, okay, we'll just build 30 worth of battleships. Where was I? So battleship, that costs 4 or 8? 8. So we're looking at, what? 60, so not quite 4, basically 3. It's tempting. The way I've normally kind of worked is that I double from the top. So if I've got 1 battleship, I'd have 2 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 8 corvettes. So they all basically have the same sort of weighting as far as manpower. I'm not sure that's the best way to do it. It's just the way that I've sort of normally done it. I may or may not continue on with that policy. So like the way that it's set up right now, my sort of like my primary fleet has got 7 cruisers inside of it. So that would sort of imply, I mean, what I'd probably do is I would add like I'd add like 1 cruiser, so then I'd add 2 more destroyers, and then I'd add like 4 more corvettes. And then that would imply that I have 4 battleships. But obviously if I did that, that would put me well over the fleet cap. So what I tend to do in this situation is I tend to go a little bit stronger on the capital ships. And this is just mostly because when you think about it, right? So let's say I just added 3 battleships straight up. Well, in this case, I've basically got about 10 capital ships, and what are defending those capital ships? Well, if I added absolutely nothing else, I've got about 38 different ships which are acting as a screen for them. And obviously, because I'll have something like the Particle Lance, that's going to give a pretty fair... That's going to give some pretty fair cover to the sort of the showstoppers, but I'll see. Like I can probably come up with something a little bit more elegant in terms of my fleet composition. But as far as overall technology is concerned, I also kind of need to think about what's coming up in the future. So we're good in terms of capacity. So probably what I'll do is I'll try and come up with a design template for fleets of a strength like 110 size. And then from that, I'll focus on getting my fleets to that capacity and also making sure that they have the latest technology, because I've got I think most of my fleets are something like a decade old in terms of some of their technology. Like we've got level 2 plasma accelerator. This is probably not the best example I could have chosen. Yeah, like all of this is level 2 tech, level 4 for the lasers. The actual tech that we have for most of the weaponry that we've got, where are we? Level 4 rockets, level 4 kinetics. Yeah, I mean, just suffice to say, like we need to modernize our navy. So yeah, with that in mind, like the whole reason for doing this, I need to get my fleets up to strength. One, I just want to get a read on how powerful they are, because if I'm at a point where I feel like we can potentially start clearing out the Marauders, I want to do that. If I can't do that, then sure, laying the groundwork for the conquest of these guys. And again, that's a very similar proposition in my view. Priority number 1 would be to take these guys out if I can. Priority number 2, vassalize these guys. This won't be happening for a decade because I was just at war with them. So what is it? Declare war. We can't do that till 2345. This is a little bit of a more difficult proposition, at least on the surface level. But what is most likely going to resemble is I'll take my primary fleet to the Kelvin Maelstrom. And that'll be where my invasion fleet comes from. They're going to focus on sort of hiving off this little northern part. The main reason I want to do that is if you look at the structure of their empire. If I've got one fleet that's focusing on doing that, well, one, they're not going to go flying through the stagnant ascendancy. Like, that's not happening. So if I'm actually able to claim this, and I move my way down to Balawar, they never see these planets again. Like, I need to take a fleet to take this out, and once I cross Balawar, it's, that is covered. They are never going to ever take that territory back. So then the other fleet, which is at Halvam, they would sort of move their way up. So the idea would be that while these are being taken over, we would get sort of our easy win sort of in these sectors over here. And then what we would sort of do is we'd move out. There'd sort of be like a unification in Balawar. This would essentially be the point where we move on the capital. Once we break the main force, we would have one ship which is dedicated to sort of cleaning up these worlds, and then we'd sort of hive off one of the other fleets just to sort of pick these up. So in one sense, like, the area is very large, and it's one of these things that you want to be worried about when you want to try and subsidize them, because this used to be worse when the new war mechanics were introduced, but it's a bit of a race against time. Like, you can just be smacking them around the whole time, but if you take too long, your attrition gets too high, and they can sort of force out the peace. So the focus on this one would be just, the one thing you don't want them to be able to do is suddenly take some war score away from you in the last minute and be able to force that white piece. So a big focus on a lot of this strategy is just locking down what I can. It's not my favorite use of a fleet to have them just running around picking up these little areas. But once you do that, there's nothing left for them to do. Like, they're, again, if you're able to say, well, once I take Balawar, you can kiss these planets goodbye forever. That's a pretty big feather, pretty big feather in the cap. So, and again, because I sort of already know that I've got this big slog of just getting through some hard points, like, like this planet and this planet. The only thing that would worry me, and this is actually another big reason why I would implement this kind of a strategy, is that I would be bringing my subsidiary in with the war, and the subsidiary getting kicked around by the enemy can potentially lose quite a bit of war score. So I would also want to be focusing on the fact that I'm sort of controlling where the fleets can move. So that would be sort of, again, the plan of sort of having one fleet up here, one fleet here, and the armies would be focused in the north just so I can get this little pocket of planets and then move them to the capital. But like I said, that's very much a secondary consideration. First one is to see if I can get strong enough to take this out. I don't quite think my battleships are going to be enough because, again, the big thing is that there's not a major reason for me to go after the Marauders if I don't think I'm able to take this out. And that's a pretty, optimistic proposition given the fact that my strongest fleet is 10k. But you never know, right? And if I can't, then essentially the question is, how do I best use the time to get myself to that point where I'm able to take them out? I've got a bunch of new planets which I've colonized, so being able to improve my productive capacity will be a big bonus. Obviously, there's a lot there's a lot that I need to do in terms of the restructuring of my industry. The one thing I was happy about this playthrough was that we've finally been able to almost completely convert this this planet into a research hub. There's one last alloy megaforge which needs to be converted, but that shouldn't be too difficult. The only thing that makes this a slightly more difficult proposition is that I actually do need to come up with jobs for the people who are displaced by this. It's all well and good for me to say, well, I'll just make research facilities. And yes, I can make research facilities, but the thing is that their research facilities will only generate, I think, 4 jobs, and this one currently has 5 workers. So I'll have 1 specialist worker, which gets kicked down to a clerk if it comes down to that. There might be some other ways around that. I'm not sure. I'm going to need to think a bit about it. It's very tempting to get rid of the commercial zone here because clearly my amenities are just so high. But these are all things I can focus on a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy in terms of how the Rhizome capital system has turned out. And that's just because, again, it's become sort of the research powerhouse, and you can see it, right? Like, I'm generating over 1,000 in at least 2 of my categories. So one last thing, victory, enemy leaves war. Yeah, nothing too dramatic here. So, anyways, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope this was mildly educational. True Asgoth, I know you're mentioning that part of this was just kicking around in the game, and I don't know if I really taught anything worth doing. I know we got a very active discussion on whether or not Iron Man mode is an ideal thing to do. Obviously, play the game the way that you want, but my feeling would be if you're still sort of trying to figure out how certain things work, I would definitely encourage playing a game where you can reload, because I think one of the big things is being able to identify what's an important decision for the purposes of being able to reload a save is that's part of playing the game. I think especially with Megacorps, it's encouraged you to think more and more on like a 5 and 10 year time horizon rather than some of the immediate things that come towards you. And so maybe even more than the other games, I think some of the new mechanics that Stellaris has brought in have definitely encouraged people who are learning to play to play with a game that can be reloaded at certain points. But overall, for those of you who are here for Stellaris, I sadly won't be playing it for another week because this is just the way that these things work. I need to I do need to take care of my other obligations as far as how the distribution of games goes. For those of you who liked the Horizon Signal, for those of you who liked the that storyline, and for those of you who don't know about the author of it, Alexis Kennedy is the writer. Alexis Kennedy is one half of the founding pair, now 1/3 of Weather Factory. Thank you very much for that follow, True Asgoth. So yeah, if you like the Horizon Signal, the person who wrote it has a company called Weather Factory, which now consists of 3 people. It was originally himself and Lottie Bevan, and now Claire, their marketing specialist, has joined the company full-time. And they have made a game called Cultist Simulator. And it is a very unique game. It's one that I love tremendously. If you've not had a chance to check it out yet, I will be doing that Wednesday. I do that every Wednesday except the 3rd Wednesday of the month when I'm at a local game dev collective, which is just full of interesting people, some of whom like Cultist Simulator. But that's the Stellaris connection, because I believe, I'm still trying to go through my exact recollection of this. It might actually be the fact that I mentioned the Horizon Signal and Alexis tweeted something at me about it. That might have been what made me aware of Cultist Simulator. So his Twitter game is very strong. But if you've not checked that out, I do recommend it, especially because a mobile version of the game is coming out very soon, and I'm rather looking forward to that. And then Friday, it's looking like, because people enjoy Darkest Dungeon so much, we might do that. But again, it is worth remembering, I am still sick. So for this week, please do consider any and all streams optional. I will do my best to do the regular events. Elder Scrolls is definitely off for tomorrow because I haven't recorded an episode, and I'm definitely not going to start one now at 1 o'clock in the morning on a work night. But I will do my best not to let my diminished health get in the way of things. And this is such a long goodbye. So, anyways, thank you very much, everyone. Okay, excellent. So Drew Asgoth knows exactly what's up with Cultist Simulator. For those of you who haven't seen Cultist Simulator, even if you don't check out my stuff, check out the game. There's really nothing like it. And it is met with a level of success I personally would not have expected for a game like that, but I'm delighted that it has. Subject Ed, thank you for hanging out on the stream. Again, it's a lot of fun to have so many people and active inside of here. And Ego Karen, I didn't miss your message as well. I hope you're well. I especially hope you got some rest. But I'm assuming if you were still awake from the last time we talked, you'd be dead by now. So I hope you have a good time too. Tall Man Alive, it's no secret that Tall Man Alive is a big cultist. If I did Cultist Simulator 7 days a week, Tall Man Alive would be here for every single one of them. And who else do we have here? True Asgoth, Tall Man Alive, Eyes of Sin. Eyes of Sin, I'm especially happy to see you still around here. So anyways, guys, I've really worn out my welcome. It's a really tough call for me to show. I think what I'm gonna do, I thought that Rift Tracks might have been showing setting up a room, but it looks like it's a different one. So in this case, I am gonna raid W. Shand. I believe he's doing the Midnight Society. So in this case, he usually just plays a bunch of fairly varying quality horror games, but he definitely has got a bit of a better camera presence than I do. He's somebody who does this for a living, so definitely has a certain level of entertainment value that's a bit higher than me. Obviously, if you're here for Stellaris, you found me through the browse button, and I'm sure you'll be able to find another as well. I don't have any personal recommendations on my follows at the moment, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some great people playing Stellaris. But I'm going to host somebody that I know, and in this case, it's going to be the Shand Man. So have a lovely evening. Hopefully, I will see you on Wednesday, and that's just the reason I hope for that is because it will mean I'm better. And if not, please don't hold it against me if I don't stream. It's been a while since I've taken a day off of a stream for sickness. So Anyways, have a good one, guys. Thank you for putting up with this extended goodbye. See ya.